Now, for those just joining us now, you can find the slides at this link. If your name on Zoom can be close to the name that you signed up with, just so I can mark you off, that would be great. And thank you everybody for giving me your Saturday afternoon. I promise I'll make it worthwhile. If you are comfortable and you don't mind, if you can, whoever wants to enable their webcam, it makes my life a lot seemingly more normal because I can actually see when you are hitting my jokes and they're landing, or if you don't understand something and you're scratching your head, I like to see that too. So I really appreciate if you can put on your webcams. Oh, there everybody is. Thank you so much for that. That makes it way easier. Good to see everybody. So the slides, as I mentioned, are there. This will all be recorded, and let us begin. Now, the first 10 minutes are going to be a bit of an intro, so no need to take any notes right now. Let's just, we're just going to take it slow, warm us up, because you're stuck with me all day. And we should probably start by saying, what does LEED stand for? And all LEED stands for is something called Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design. And simply put, LEED is a standard for us to rate what makes a green building actually sustainable in the first place. You know, we were tired of seeing a developer build a building, paint it green, and say, hey, buy my green building. How do we actually know it's any good for the environment, society, economy? So that's where LEED came in, to stop greenwashing, which is what I just described. And so the public, we can actually trust that we know what we're investing in our buildings. I like LEED a lot because it's legitimate. What I mean by that is we created it, actual professionals who are in this field. So generally it's not asking us the craziest amount to do, but it's significantly better than our current building codes. And when you make the commitment to go green, that happens right away, very early on in the project, which is good because normally a lot of teams don't think about how their design decisions will affect the overall sustainability of the building. And we need to right at the beginning. And most importantly, arguably, is it's marketable. They have spent a lot of money marketing LEED to the public. Frankly, if nobody knew what it was, who would even care? But the public gets it, and we now demand it. I was watching a hockey game a couple of weeks ago, and the USGBC is working on something called WELL, which is a little bit different than LEED, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. But like Lady Gaga, like Jay-Z, were all in this commercial, and I was like, what? Why didn't you do this for LEED? You're leaving me hanging here. But I guess that's where some of the marketing budget went. But I couldn't believe it was on during a sports game. Anyway, thought I'd mention that. This is my first class since then. It's a point-based system. There are 4 different levels of certification. We start with certified at 40, 50, silver, gold, 60, and the highest is platinum. And there's 110 points to get there, and we will talk about every single one of them. And where those points lie, there's a bunch of categories. In each of them, there's a mandatory prerequisite or 2. You have to do those. Then you go for your credits, which is where the points lie, and we pick and choose for our building. And depending on how many credits, points determines the level of award, which we'll go through. Now, here are the categories, which you all will memorize by the end of our afternoon together. I promise, you promise. Thank you, great. And why has LEED been so successful in the first place? You know, you've probably heard about it before this course today. LEED's done a fantastic job over the last 20 years showing developers and owners that going green doesn't have to mean cash money green. And in fact, often a LEED building doesn't have much or at all of a premium to the cost of a conventional building nearby. But usually it's about 1 to 3% more expensive to build a LEED building, depending on where you are located. Doesn't seem like that much, 1-3%, but on these $100 million buildings, $1 to $3 million is still something to most people. So why bother with it if it does cost more? Because we have a high return on our investment in 2 ways. The indirect return is our marketability. So, you know, why do a lot of universities and banks only build and buy and rent LEED buildings now? It strengthens something called our corporate social responsibility program. So things like, maybe you're going to do business with me, or you're going to come to university here because our environmental values align, which matters in 2021. But the real tangible evidence is the building savings in operations cost over time. And this little graph simplifies it for us. You know, a red building just built to code, the minimum you have to do, lowest cost initially, but over time using more energy, water, requiring more maintenance. It's not the best built building. But a green building, yes, a little premium at the start, but you're less vulnerable to the fluctuations of things like energy, of water, simply because you're just using less of them. And a high efficient building will lower your operations and maintenance costs. Perhaps you even have renewables on site. You can sell excess electricity back to the grid. Has anybody seen this pretty picture here before? A couple nods, a couple shakes. Triple bottom line, the 3 Ps, call it whatever you want, I don't care. It's kind of the basis of sustainability that LEED uses. So we generalize the earth into these 3 big spheres. There's the people, society, the profit, economy, the planet, environment. And you're going to see that everything we talk about today will try to satisfy one or more of these 3 spheres. And when they are satisfied, that's when we achieve a sustainable building. And that profit side we just touched on, talking about that high return on our investment. But what about us? We're in these buildings all day, every day, this year more than ever before. We demand green buildings more and more every single year, simply because they're healthier, people are happier, more comfortable, productive, and that's where we want to spend our lives. And frankly, look, if we're demanding green buildings and companies aren't meeting what we want, they're not doing too hot going forward. And we're really seeing that generational shift. You know, I'm in Toronto, is where I grew up, and we used to go to the Courtright Center for field trips when I was a kid. Now there's a LEED Platinum home right there. There's an Earth Rangers Center for sustainable field trips as well next door. It's really embedded in our culture and our education systems now, which is nice because that wasn't the case. You know, Earth Day, Earth Hour. Who knew about those 40 years ago? Now we all do. And most important for us here today, it's a brand new job market. You know, we've had the blue collar workers, the white collar workers, and unfortunately the one color I'm not wearing today, but now we have the green collar industry here to stay. It's growing rapidly. This is a wonderful way to get your foot in the door or progress your career in it. And I'm happy you joined me. And after all, it is our future, so we should probably not mess things up more than we have a bit already. And here are some cute babies down there to remind us of that. And that's the people side, the society side, the planet side, the environment. We're going to talk about a lot. But frankly, there's only one Earth. Like, let's not destroy it. Let's preserve it for at least 1 or 2 more generations, I hope, by reversing our contribution to climate change, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and we're going to get into that a lot. Now, sometimes depending on where you're at, there are actual incentives to ease the financial burden of going green. And some examples I've seen around are structural incentives. Maybe in your city, your town, the city says, you know what, if you build a green building in our city, we'll let you build the extra floor you're normally not zoned for. An extra floor? Why? Well, that building is going to be using less energy, less water. That's less load on our city's infrastructure. I want that. And now you're saying as a builder, wait, I can build and sell an extra floor I never even thought I could. You could potentially recoup the cost to make it green or more. But those kinds of incentives are not near as popular as financial incentives, and there's a lot of different ways they do this, and they come in and out depending on who's in power and where. Toronto has one called the Toronto Green Standard. New York has one called New York Plan YC. Vancouver has one called STEP. They're more and more all over city-specific standards. And the way it works in Toronto, you have to reach Tier 1 of the Toronto Green Standard, mandatory, and that's just below a LEED certified building. But if you go to the Toronto Green Standard Tier 2, you get 25% of your permitting fees back, which was like 600 grand on a project I worked on a few years ago. So it can be really good money. And non-financial, you know, build a green building in your city will put you on the town's website as the greenest building in town to show off. But there's lots of different incentives. I wish they were more common than they actually are. My job would be way easier. You should know LEED is not alone. There's a lot of green building rating systems around the world. BREEAM is popular in the UK, ENEV in Germany, BBC in France, Green Star in South Africa and Australia. We have another one here with this little logo. Have you ever seen this? Living Building Challenge, anybody? Living buildings, one nod. One nod. Thank you, Cass. There you go. The living buildings are so cool. So it is way harder than LEED. Living buildings have to be net zero energy, net zero water, treat their own wastewater on site. It's like true sustainability. Earlier in 2020, when I was teaching at Georgia Tech, I was lucky enough to teach in their Condata Center, which is it didn't turn on their air conditioner the entire summer in Atlanta, like nuts. This thing works. It's all passively cooled, and there's a lot of really cool tools. However, LEED is way more popular around the world because it's realistic. It's not asking us the craziest amounts to do, so it can be widely accepted. And it's internationally consistent. So multinational companies love that because they can keep their building programs to a pretty high standard globally. But there are others I wanted to mention. And yeah, I mentioned that one well, which really just focuses on like the indoor environmental quality, which is being pushed super hard because of COVID. Anyway, I just wanted to warm us up here and stress a few things before we get into the weeds. We can learn a lot from our past. Buildings are not new. In fact, we've been building them for thousands and thousands of years. Only recently have we started relying on all these fancy energy consuming devices to make our lives easier. But why not look back at some of the techniques that were passive, that did not have any, that were passive and really did not have any requirement to consume energy. Take some of those techniques or variations of them and include them in our buildings today that are passive. And we could and we should, but we're not great at it. Also, LEED is not the answer to all the world's problems, but it is a good start for a couple big ones. And every few years a new version comes out. So right now we're on version 4, which really upped the bar when it was released. And eventually, as we push the envelope, I think LEED will answer a couple big dilemmas we're facing on planet Earth today. Also, this afternoon, you got to focus on how much the values in LEED make sense. There's going to be times where you're saying, what is he talking about? That's the most logical way to build buildings anyway. And you are right. Historically, though, we love taking shortcuts in our design and construction industries. And through incentivizing us in LEED, we try to build it right the first time around. But everybody's got to work together in hopes of getting that best building out of our investment. Okay, so that was our little intro. If you were not paying attention, now would be a wonderful time to start. We're going to talk about everything we need to know for this Green Associate exam. Now, as I mentioned, everybody has these slides. I hate when I'm in person and I watch someone try to scribble down every single word that I'm showing on the PowerPoint. What a waste of your time. Every word you have verbatim in front of you if you need it. Now, by all means, take notes, highlights, do what works for you. But my goal is for you to understand and absorb as much as you can. You don't need to copy it all down. You have the information, okay? Now, a few things I want you to walk out of here understanding is number one, why are we here? Why does LEED exist in the first place? Why are we here? Yes, the existential question. Why does LEED exist? Who created LEED and who runs the show behind the whole LEED rating system to decide what makes a building green? And most importantly, 3, what does make a LEED building any more sustainable than the non-LEED building next door? And our next steps to pass the exam once you are sick of me at the end of today. Here's a little bit of a agenda. We just did our intro. We're going to hop into our background now. And then we're going to go through our 9 categories. We're going to have a couple like quick 5-minute bathroom breaks and a longer kind of lunch break around here. Okay, so that's the plan for today. I haven't even introduced myself yet. How rude. My name is Lauren Melodic. I graduated from University of Toronto in civil engineering. Actually, would you all mind putting what city you guys are from or school you're going to? I would love to see. Usually we have like 4 different time zones represented. I know a couple Halifax people came early and a couple West Coast came late. We got Halifax, New York, Halifax, Houston, Atlanta, Kansas State, Chicago. Oh my goodness, so much. I can't keep up. You guys are fast typers. Vancouver, India, Toronto, Baltimore, India. That's a good, tough time start. Thank you for coming. Manitoba, Ottawa, Saskatoon, Hamilton, Richmond. Oh, we got a lot of Canadians today. Right on. Seattle, Indiana, Guelph, Ohio, Edmonton. Holy smokes. We are from everywhere. Where are the West Coast at? Panama. Very cool. Vietnam. We have more than 5 time zones here today. So pretty cool. I think that speaks volumes to to how global LEED really is. Um, and and yeah, it's the biggest in North America right now, but it's huge in India, big in China, getting bigger in South America. But North America is definitely where it's the most known because it's where it began. So I did civil engineering personally, but how I got involved in this was after my first year, my freshman year, I worked at this company called Morrison Hirschfield in Toronto, and they were building these service centers along our highways, these en routes, which I had no idea what that meant. But as I was working on the project, I saw it was a way to define a green building, which I thought was kind of neat and missing in the industry, and I was pretty passionate about it. And as I read into it more, I saw you could personally get accredited by taking an exam or two, which I thought was a great way to get ahead in something I finally found interesting. But back then, you needed real life project experience on a LEED project to take the exam. So I was honestly very lucky to get that eligibility. And I had a very luxurious task on that project. I single-handedly designed all of their RV waste stations, which if you have any idea what that is, it's a hole in the ground if you have a big RV to dump its human waste in. Gross, but that's my claim to fame. Thank you. I guess it's kind of sustainable if you think about it. Don't think about it. It's gross. And I took the exams and I passed and I went back to university in my second year and no one knew what LEED was back then. Not in my professors, so no bragging rights for me, unfortunately. But I was telling my friends about it and they said, look, this is where the field is going. How can I get involved too? Unfortunately though, these workshops and materials are usually like $700, $800, and I don't know any student or young professional that can afford that. So I just started tutoring some friends, and eventually there's enough demand to host this workshop. Um, and so before COVID, for the last 9 years, I was traveling to about 100 universities each year to host this workshop, which was a wild time. And thankfully, the internet exists, or else I don't know what I'd be doing. And I tried to get the hang of webinars. I think you'll find this a lot more engaging than the ones that you're currently experiencing in university. I don't know how I would handle my 80-year-old professors on Zoom. I'm sure some of them are good, but some of them struggle. So I hope this is a little bit of a refreshing way of how online learning can be conducted. And so I forgot to ask, can you also type in what you're studying or what industry you're working in? It's always nice to see in chat. Chemical engineering, interior design and planning, environmental engineering, planning, architecture, property management, construction design, environmental science. We've got a lot of planners today, mechanical, civil. Wow, we got everything. Project management. Did I miss any weird ones? Polymer technologist, that's cool. Very cool. Maybe some sustainable building materials. Wow, we got a great group today. Energy and sustainability policy. So this is honestly one thing I love about LEED. It is so multidisciplinary. And look, the design and construction industry is huge. It is a wide variety of things you can find in it. And if you don't know what you want to do in life, great. You do not need to. But I'm hoping, and what happened with me is LEED kind of exposed to me to a part of the industry that I had no idea existed. I thought it was really cool. And again, that's how I got involved. So I hope this just, widens your breadth of knowledge and exposes you to something you might not have known was even there. So far, I've taught about 10,000 students, and everybody who's followed my exact study steps has passed their exam. No pressure, but don't mess that up. I also work as a LEED consultant. So that means I help some owners and developers actually certify their buildings. More so in the last few years, I'm really passionate about the training aspect, so that's what I've been focused on. However, I do bring in as many examples as I can from real life to put a better, more realistic spin. But that's enough talk about me, and let's talk about LEED. So there are two sides of LEED. The one side is the buildings, and you've probably seen a LEED plaque on a concierge desk or on the front door of a building. If you haven't, you'll notice them now. There are 4 levels of certification for buildings we talked about. People, though, you and I, we get accredited. So those are just 2 terms not to confuse. Buildings get certified, people get accredited, and the first level of accreditation, why we're even here today, is this thing called the Green Associate. It's a pretty unique one. There's really none like it in the sustainable industry that is a professional designation, like letters you can put after your name that you can do anytime. Now, a lot of people just come here wanting a nice resume booster. Yes, don't get me wrong, it is a very strong one, but I'll promise you, you'll see it's a lot more than that as we go forward. Look, more and more companies are asking for applicants to have this under their belt already. Why? Because in their cities, these companies are looking at the developers who are asking to get their building certified under LEED. And if as a company, I can bid on that project and say, look, 90% of my staff are LEED accredited, we at least have the Green Associate and know what we're doing, it's a lot easier to bid on those projects, no matter what the discipline you're working in. And it's not just engineers, architecture, environmental consult. It's so wide, like JP Morgan's whole real estate analyst division, bankers, like they are getting literally Green Associate because they need to understand where their money is going when they invest in a LEED building. So it's really a wide variety, which I love. It's a 2-hour exam, 100 multiple choice questions, and it used to cost $250 for everybody, which I've been begging them to reduce for 8 years. And a couple years ago, they did for students. It's now only $100 for students, which I will take full credit for, but I'm sure I had nothing to do with. But that's one nice obstacle avoided for students, and why I really encourage students and recent grads to just knock it out, because you never have to take the exam again once you pass. So, Green Associate is level 1, and it is a mandatory prerequisite to level 2, the accredited professional, excuse me. The accredited professional is the one you eventually need to get if you're going to be working directly hands-on with LEED buildings. Now, a lot of people don't do that. A lot of people just stop at the Green Associate and that's enough for them. But eventually, if you're going to be working in the industry, you'll need to get it. There's different specialties in the AP. So for example, I'm a BD&C for new buildings and an O&M for existing retrofits, and we'll talk about the rest soon. However, no matter what, the Green Associate must be passed first. There's about 3 people in this course that are also taking the AP BD&C lecture, so you guys can look forward to that when the time comes. But for now, let's go through the fun Green Associate. And the fellow is just this honorary thing. If you've done something special in the industry, you can get nominated for it, but that's all you need to know. I forgot to mention that if there's any questions at all, please throw it in the chat. In the last few webinars, the chat's been super active, which I love. I keep my eye on it. So for example, if you have a question or you just missed something that I said, just ask it. Usually somebody else answers before I even have a chance. But any question at all, I always keep my eye on it. I am not a LEED fellow, Elmer. They snubbed me. No, I haven't applied. But thanks for hitting it where it hurts, Elmer. I'm a USGBC faculty. That was kind of the route that I took since I do training, and honestly, also a couple of people in the last class, if they were researching one of the credits, and that was what they were researching in school, and they actually sent some links for some follow-up reading, which I think is awesome. And if your question is super off topic, don't worry, I'll tell you, and I'll say let's discuss it at a break. All right. Oh, Vikrama, that question of how many do you need to score right, that is for the last slide, so you're gonna have to stick around. Sorry. Do you have to wait to become an AP after getting your GA? So you can do it right after. In fact, I did it combined in one sitting, which we'll talk about much later. I did the Green Associate right back to back with the AP. I don't encourage that, but you can pass the Green Associate, start studying right away for the AP, and then pass the AP after, which is the move that I encourage, actually, especially in summer, especially if you're locked down in Canada. Good questions. Great questions. Yes, these are all good questions. I'm gonna get there, Anyana. I promise. That's a good question. Or Anjana, sorry. Now, To give you a better idea of the level of knowledge the Green Associate expects, if we were sitting here talking about the building code or the zoning bylaw in Toronto, it would say if you want to build this much of a building, okay, but you have to provide at least this many parking spaces. That's the law, that's the bylaw. Whereas for the Green Associate, what I want you to understand after today is LEED doesn't want you to build more than the minimum by law. Extra parking, easier to drive alone, we don't want to encourage that. Whereas if we were studying for the AP, you'd have to know, don't exceed the minimum parking law, beat the IT study by 20% for 1 point, 40% for 2 point, 5% prefer carpool parking 1 point, 10%. It's way, way more detailed. So that's the main difference. It's just the level of detail compared to the Green Associate and the AP. Cass, any of these could be test questions. Sorry. But there are a couple of questions that I do throw in here, and we're going to do a 25 question practice exam together at the end of the class too. So all of these questions are making great reasons for you to stick with me all the way. Thank you for doing that. I promise I didn't even plant those questions. One thing I love about LEED is once you pass this thing, you pass it forever. You never have to retake the exam. So once you pass, they said no retake, but you do have to maintain it, which is super easy. Every 2 years, you pay $50 and submit 15 continuing ed hours. Those 15 hours are no sweat. I will bet most of you get them done without even knowing you did them. Any work experience, any classes if you're a student that remotely relate to sustainability or buildings, all you do is describe what those hours were and you're done. And if you're ever having a tough time, I follow up with everybody and show you some articles you can read online to get those hours as well. Okay, so unlike most professional designations, this one is cheap and easy to maintain. So let's knock it out. Who created LEED? That's our next question. The US Green Building Council, they are the inventors of LEED over 20 years ago. They are still the ones that update the rating system, which is what has to go into a LEED building to make it sustainable. They also produce the reference guides, 800 wonderful pages. It's the Bible of LEED, telling you one step at a time how to build a LEED building, and that is something not to look at for the Green Associate, but a lot of fun in the AP. Then there's this tool we'll get into later called LEED Online, but it's where we submit all of our evidence, our proof of from pictures and calculations and design drawings. And the Green Business Certification Inc. is our second governing body, and they review it. Somebody's got to go through what we built to make sure we built it up to LEED standards. Now, what we're seeing here is while the GBCI are the reviewers, they also write our exams. So they decide what to test us on. The way I like to remember these, everybody, is I think of the USGBC as kind of creators of LEED and the GBCI more enforcers and making sure we all do it right in the industry. Now, you should note that pretty much every country now has a Green Building Council. In Canada, where I'm at, we have the Canadian Green Building Council, and they do a lot of cool things in Canada, like conferences, some education, and mainly a lot of policy advocacy. But because LEED is globally consistent and there's only one version of it, we use the same one globally, okay? So even in Canada, we use USGBC's LEED version, and the exam is the same globally, and that's why everybody learns the same USGBC version of LEED. So that was Mitali's question. And Bill's question was, if you're not using LEED designation and choose not to pay the fee, yes, you would need to retake the exam. So I remind everybody after you pass to make sure you don't let that 2-year period lapse, because if you're not using it now, you might use it in 5 years, and it would be a shame for your studies to go to waste just to study again. Good question though, Bill. All right, the USGBC sometimes asks about themselves, so I have to talk about them for a second. Their mission is to change the way that we build, and their vision is to make sure those changes are into a more sustainable construction. Go figure. It's voluntary. So you don't have to be here. You don't have to take the exam, build a LEED building. However, you'll reap the benefits if you do so, and we'll talk about all the benefits, but I'm just saying it's not required by law. It's consensus based in the sense that any changes to the LEED rating system need to be voted on before new versions come into play. And market driven. How will these changes affect industries? Sure, engineers, yeah, architects, but even like furniture manufacturers making products to go into our green buildings need to be accounted for. And we'll see how LEED does that. And there's only two formally acceptable ways to refer to them. One is the USGBC and the other is the US Green Building Council. I don't know why they ask this question sometimes on the exam, but if they ever do, that is an easy answer. Also, pet peeve of everyone in the industry, LEED does not have an S on the end. LEEDs is a place in the UK. LEED is the Green Building Rating System. Thank you very much. I told you version 4 is pretty recent. How did the new version come to life? How does the next version come to life? Well, we have to make LEED better, advance it, progress it. And we do that by making up pilot credits. So these are just new ideas, making it better. And then we're going to test those new ideas out. And if they work, we'll use them. If not, we'll get rid of them or change them. And then there's a big public comment where different industries exchange their opinions of the changes. And if it's voted on and approved by the USGBC members, it comes into play. So the reason why I'm telling you all this is right now we're on version 4. That's the current version of LEED. That's the one you're going to be seeing for at least a year to come in real life. And what the exam is based on. Now, you're going to hear stuff about version 4.1 in the next year or two. You need to ignore that. It is still in beta testing. It's not mandated yet. Version 4 is the one to know, and that is what we are focused on today. If you are ever lost today and just saying, what in the world is he talking about? How does this have anything to do with sustainability? Why are we doing this credit? Take a breath. Kind of step back and think to yourself, how does this try to address somebody somewhere in the people, planet, profit? And you'll probably see the light because everything somehow indirectly or directly relates back to these three spheres. And understanding how different items that are asked in LEED interconnect is an important takeaway when you go and take the exam. On a big picture on this planet, our population is rising pretty quickly. The only thing faster is our demand for energy globally. How on earth are we going to keep up? There's only two ways you can do it. Either you are going to create more sources of energy or use less of it overall. But the way I look at it, and the truthful way is, for every 1 kilowatt hour of energy more we need, it is 3 to 100 times more expensive to generate it. It doesn't matter how, nuclear, coal, renewables even. Rather than saying first, wait, where do we use that 1 kilowatt hour of energy? Let's just reduce our consumption of that one instead of producing more. I'm saying it's 3 to 100 times cheaper to reduce our use than build up new capacity and produce more. So if financially the reduction of consumption is the right plan of attack, it makes even more sense to go for the biggest, beautiful consumers, our buildings. 38% of our carbon dioxide come from buildings. They also consume up to 50% of our energy, 72% of our electricity, 40% of our raw materials, all go into buildings. So if this is the largest consumer and economically it makes sense to reduce consumption first, let's pick the biggest fruit on the tree, and that's buildings. And that's a huge part of LEED, reducing buildings' impact on us and the planet. How do they do that? They don't just make it up. They actually pick existing useful standards that we know work, but we stink at actually using them in practice. Like you've heard of the life cycle assessment, life cycle approach, cost. Don't just look at one stage of a product or building's impact. We need to know what happened when it was manufactured, transported, extracted from the ground, where it goes at the end of the life, use. And analyzing the product's life as a whole is a much more accurate way to compare actual environmental attributes of our products. And that's what we're seeing here. A couple questions. The new versions of LEED do not affect existing LEED accredited members, which is why I say get this exam out of the way, because it does get harder every few years. So that's that question. Replacing existing system would entail initial high cost. All old buildings can't be. Yeah, it does matter what you do, but any old building, if you do the retrofit right, there's often minor changes, because in fact a lot of those older buildings are insulated 10 times better than our new glass boxes. So there's always something you can do. So yeah, we will talk about retrofitting existing buildings in a moment. But I know how different all of our backgrounds are here today, which is great. But that also means we have totally different levels of knowledge and experience. So I am going to try and define some words I think you may not have come across before. If you need me to repeat myself or you don't understand a word, just ask. Please go ahead. You're already on a roll with questions, so please keep them coming. And as I said, if I know I'm going to answer it a little bit later on, I'll probably just say I'll answer that later. A couple easy definitions to begin. Hard cost, that's like the building of the building, construction on site. Whereas soft cost, it's more in the office, design, permitting, consulting fees. Value engineering is something we don't always love in green buildings, because in our built environment, one thing we've mastered is making sure almost all buildings go over budget. And the first thing that comes out of our over budget building is the green items, because you are not taking out your fire escape to cut costs before your LED lights. So unfortunately, the first things I see go are the green items when cutting costs, because without a fire escape, you don't meet the code and you can't be a building if you break the law. So controlling costs from an early point in LEED is a big principle, and we'll talk about that. So we don't need to cut things out at the end. Now, the systems thinking approach isn't exactly what you think it sounds like. It's what system is your building entering? Like, what's around your building, essentially? Are you in the middle of rural Ontario or downtown Toronto? Like, examining how people will get to that building. Because if you need to build roads, infrastructure like water and electrical systems, like that infrastructure and the transport to get to the building would have a bigger impact than the building itself, potentially. So that's what I meant to the systems thinking approach. Thinking about what system your building is entering. And my example is analyzing how everybody will actually have to get to that building, which we talk about a lot. Okay, everybody, here are the categories. In each category, there are credits. And that lists, each of those credits are worth some number of points. Okay, so the category is the umbrella, then there's credits in each umbrella, and the credits are worth a certain amount of points. Now, how did LEED decide to make one credit worth more than another? It is loosely based on these impact categories. Okay, on these impact categories. Number one, the most important thing we're trying to get out of LEED is reversing our contribution to climate change. So if credit A does that better than B, credit A will be worth more points. Okay? We're also trying to enhance our human health and well-being of our planet, protect our water, biodiversity, other resources, a greener economy, and just enhance social equity. I'm not asking you to memorize these word for word, but you really do need to know that they exist. And what they're asking and have an idea about them, especially because there's going to be credits when you're like, why is this one worth so much compared to the last one? And I'll ask you to think back to these categories, and it should show you the light of why one is worth so much more than the next. Okay. So if you have or haven't seen a LEED plaque on a wall, I want to talk about how it got there. The first step on the LEED path is registering a project, and that just means you're thinking about it. That's it. It's a small flat fee to register the project, but that's all you're doing. Nothing special. Then when you actually have to get the GBCI to review all of your documentation, the certification cost is on a $1 per square foot basis. So the bigger the building, the more there is to review. That's how it works, but it's not a huge fee. Now, the person who registers the project is known as the project administrator, and that's usually somebody like me. That's usually a sustainability or a LEED consultant. Just Google this no matter where you are in the world. You are going to see a lot of hits. Look, it's big business now. There's a lot of developers that want to get their buildings LEED and they need a LEED consultant to help them get there. And that's where I come in. Now, as the project administrator, I'm organizing LEED Online and pretty much chasing everybody down for what I need to prove credits. And I say, hey, owner, I need your credit for your signature for credit 1, engineer calculation for 2, architect your drawing for 3, construction people your pictures for 4. And LEED Online, I'll show you next slide. It's our submissions tool to submit all of our evidence that we built it right. This is a LEED credit scorecard, everybody. So this is a list of every single credit. You're going to see a lot in my textbook later. And pretty much I use this with the owner early on. I say, owner, what do you want to go for? Yeah, okay, check, check, check. 50 points, 52 points. Oh, LEED silver. All right, tell everybody we're going for LEED silver. It's important to at least have a goal early in the project, and that's how I set the goal. This is the exciting interface of LEED Online. Thrilling stuff, I know. Pretty basic. What's the timeline of my project? Who's on my team? What are their roles? What companies do they work for? What credits are we pursuing? But all the magic happens in this little uploads tab. That's the most important because that's where you submit everything. Your drawings, pictures, documents, and each credit has this thing called a credit form. And that's super important. It's just a checklist. It says, oh, wait, before submitting credit 1, make sure you have documents X, Y, Z. You got them all perfect, submit them. We want to make sure we have all the right credits and documents to show we are in compliance with those credits. And a credit form just helps us do it, and LEED Online helps it get to the reviewers. Any thoughts or questions right now? Okay, let's move on. One thing I do like LEED for recognizing is different buildings have totally different needs from a sustainable standpoint. So now we have 5 what's called rating systems for different building types. This is the first one. It's called BD&C, or Building Design and Construction, and it is by far the most popular. About 90% of all LEED buildings to date are under BD&C. The reason is it's for new buildings. And the easiest thing to build green are new buildings because you have absolute full control over it. It's also the first rating system was for new buildings too. Now, in BD&C, the rating system, there are 8 bubbles around us called market adaptations, because over the years we've recognized that a new school doesn't have all the same requirements as a new data center. So while each of these are super similar, they all contain a few credits that are just unique to their new building type. Now, the most common one is new construction, because that's for new residential and new commercial buildings, which are just the most common buildings anyway. Then there's variations, or we call them adaptations, for data centers, warehouses, hospitality, retail, healthcare, schools up to grade 12. And core and shell, that one's a little bit of a different one. A project I worked in Toronto, I was working at this company called Tridel, and they were building this 8-story office condo. But they did not know who the tenants were eventually going to occupy each floor. So they said, well, we don't want to put the wrong stuff inside for someone just to get rid of, brand new. So we just built the core and the shell. The shell of the building is the exterior walls, windows, roof, and floor. And the core are like the shared hallways and lobbies. And that's all we built. Then I think Bank of America moved in to floor 5, and they bought out the entire floor. And they decided to fit out their floor to a LEED interior design and construction gold level. So the developer, we got the core and shell of the project, and then each tenant has the option to certify their interior space. Now, they don't have to. Sometimes there's good owners and bad tenants. Sometimes, like, I've seen a tenant that occupies the space and it's like a weird lab with all these weird energy consumptions, and it just can't be LEED certified, which is fine. That happens. but usually they go hand in hand. I've also worked on like a Gucci store in New York that just wanted itself to get fit out to a LEED level interior. So they can be done separately, is what I was getting at. Industrial building complex, we probably go for warehouses and distribution centers, or just regular new construction to answer that question. Yes, so you can certify a space within a building like that, but that's usually the only case. In most cases, the whole building is getting certified under one rating system. But for example, here, like you can have the first floor retail, and the rest of it being residential, like a lot of buildings are in major downtown cores, and you're still within the BD&C rating system, just subtly different market adaptations for Anna's question. Yeah, so you might just want to go for new construction for some factories, but sometimes factories, depending on what they're making, might not be eligible for LEED certification if their energy usage is something very abnormal. Operations and maintenance is our third one, and it is for existing building retrofits. Most people come into the class today and say to themselves, this has got to be the most popular one. And I say, I agree with you. And why? Because I look outside of the built environment right now and I say, technically 100% of our buildings already exist. They're right here. We're living in them. We're working in them. And most of them suck a ton of energy and leak even more out every year. So what a huge potential to improve all of our existing building stock. So why isn't this more popular? Well, I go to these existing old school owners and I say, hey, you should really improve your lighting, your HVAC, your windows. If you do, you can save a bunch of energy. In turn, you'll save a bunch of money. Maybe you'll even save the world. Who knows? We'll see. But they come back to me and say, Lauren, I got a 95% occupancy rate in my downtown building. And everybody's paying the rents I'm asking. Why would I change a thing? And I say, just start off with the most empirical evidence, like $1 million LED lighting retrofit can save 4 or 5, even 600 grand a year. Like that's a 2-year payback. And once they start seeing the merit of it, hopefully they'll give you the rest of their building portfolio to do a bit of a deeper retrofit. However, that's being a tough argument to make, but it has been getting easier every year simply because energy prices are rising. Buildings are getting older and leakier. We're having different policies coming into place. And as those really old school building owners die off, it'll be a little easier to convince the next generation for the future. How crude, terrible person, I know, thank you. So that's operations and maintenance. I think they're pretty interesting projects to work on, but right now BD&C is the most popular by far. LEED for homes is our fourth one. LEED for homes is our fourth. It's a little bit different than the others. Low rise is up to 3 stories. Mid-rise up to 8 stories. Any residential building above 8 stories, like our condo towers, has to go for new construction in BD&C. Okay. Home's a little different because, like, if you go to a wealthy neighborhood in a city and you see this 10,000 square foot McMansion built for a family of 4 people, I don't care how sustainable you think it is, it's not, or how energy efficient it is. No matter how energy efficient it is, it's not sustainable. You could put 5 families in that home. You could put 5 separate homes on that piece of land. Nobody needs that much space to live their daily life. So LEED for Homes has credits like compact development saying don't live in crazy excess, build more to what you need. And there's also no LEED Online fully integrated yet, so this confuses people. People think that I'm this like LEED assessor guy, that I'm going from building to building and making sure everything's done right. That doesn't exist. Everything goes through LEED Online. All of your proof, and I'm talking pictures, I'm talking drawings, I'm even talking your as-built construction documents. As-built, for those who don't know, are what you actually built at the end of the whole process, approved by your local regulatory body. And frankly, if they don't match what you actually built, you have way bigger problems than LEED to worry about. And that is why LEED uses all that documentation to review and make sure we built it right. So that's the case normally. Everything goes online. Nobody comes on site, except for homes. Home's a little bit of a different one because it's a little newer. We're still working out some documentation kinks. We have these two helpers visit our site once or twice called a LEED for Homes provider and a green rater to just make sure we're going in the right direction. So I just want to mention that because it's a little bit different. And so a LEED for Home provider is pretty much simply just that. It's someone for you to it's a professional designation that's required to certify LEED homes, but it's just for homes. No problem. I designed tiny homes and homes as shipping containers. Awesome. So you might want to go for homes, depending on how tiny they are. So this could be a good option, but I've also seen some shipping container constructions go for new construction as well, Jennifer. But that's awesome. I would love to see some work that you've done if you want to share with the class. Sounds like a very cool job. No problem, Jennifer. LEED for Home is a little bit of a different one. And, you know, sometimes we'll talk about this later, but sometimes tiny homes, I say LEED is supposed to tell you how sustainable the building is when you can't tell. A lot of those tiny homes, a lot of people can just look at them and say, I know that's sustainable. That's a tiny home. So sometimes LEED might not be the right answer if it costs too much for those cases. So that's just my honest opinion, but sometimes it is. It's also just up to what the owner developer wants. So our fifth and final rating system, everybody, is neighborhood development. And to be honest, it's where we're trying to go because look, a building on its own can only do so much good. Whereas an entire community, a neighborhood where you can live, work, play, go to school, it's walkable, you're sharing amenities, you're sharing energy infrastructure systems, that is cohesive urban plan and community will have a huge impact. It's a whole community working, right? But there's not that many yet. Look, neighborhood developments are massive projects. They're usually public-private partnerships. But as I work my way around North America, I've seen many more. Manhattan just got its fifth one in New York City called the Hudson Yards Project. You've probably seen pictures of it. It has that weird like honeycomb staircase tourist trap. I don't know, that's silly, but the rest of it is much more interesting than that. Toronto has the East Donlands project just east of downtown core, and there's lots more coming up, but they're just massive projects, which is why there's not that many. And those are the 5 rating systems in LEED, everybody. Now, there are also these 2 special approaches. LEED for campus. If your university is making a campus in the town over, building up 5 new buildings there, instead of applying 5 separate projects, sorry, Rachel, I think Toronto West Donlands project. It's the West Donlands project, but it's just east of downtown. Sorry, Rachel. Good catch. Instead of applying 5 separate projects for those new buildings on that campus, and now you have other people waiting for 5 different projects to go through this review system, you can apply all of them in one campus umbrella. Just by being in the same location, there's a ton of overlapping credits. So it just speeds up the process. Now, the same idea is with LEED for volume. And in this example, they just have to be similar buildings, but across a large area. So a great example is Target. So if you're in Canada, you probably know that Target moved into Canada 10 years ago. May they rest in peace. They didn't do too hot here and went bankrupt. But when they opened up in Canada, they opened 124 stores, or were planning to. And they were all very similar. And they wanted to get them all certified to LEED Silver, and they got a lot of them certified before they left our presence. I love Target. I'm sad to see them go. And thank you to them for gifting us with like 40 new LEED buildings. So appreciate that. Shout out Target. It's just another way to speed up the process for similar buildings or buildings in similar places. That's what those 2 are. Okay. All right. If you're starting your LEED project and you're like, which one of these rating systems is right for me? LEED asks us to follow the 40-60 rule, which says if 60% or more of your gross floor area, everybody, is the square feet of each of your floors added up. So if this is 100 square feet, that would be 1, 2, 3, 3 floors of 100. 300 square feet is the gross floor area. And if more than 60% of that gross floor area pertains to one of the rating systems, that's the one you go with. Now, in real life, nobody uses that rule. In real life, we decide, the project team decides, like the people building the building know which ones fits it best. And it's usually a very obvious decision. Like it's either a new building or it's an existing building. Like it's pretty black and white. The only time this 40/60 rule comes into play is if this is our existing building and we are building an addition onto it. Because the existing building is more than 60% of the total new gross floor area, the whole building just gets under operations and maintenance. If it was reversed and this is our existing building and this is our new addition, then the whole building will get under BD and C because 60% of more is new. That's the only time that thing is used. And the only reason I'm telling you about it is because if they ask on the exam, how do we want you to pick a rating system? Please check off the 40/60 rule and then forget about it because in real life, we actually decide. Okay? Alrighty. By now, you should recognize there's 110 total points, 100 kind of main points, and 10 I like to call bonus points. There are very seldomly any questions that involve any kinds of numbers on the exam, but you need to know these. Certified 40, silver 50, gold 60, platinum 80. Okay? How do you remember this? I don't know. What's a trick? Look, the S looks like a 5. Minus 10 is 40. Certified. That's not even helpful. Anyway, you figure it out. That's pretty easy to remember. You're welcome. You're welcome. My wisdom is unparalleled. Now, that's all we're going to talk about from now on. Not my wisdom, but how to get the points. That's it. The rest of the class, this is the whole class. How do we get the points for a LEED building? Okay? And the first hurdle are these 3 things called minimum program requirements. Mandatory, bare minimums. If you don't do one of them, you cannot be LEED certified, and they're really easy to comply with. So let's take a peek. 1, must be permanently located on existing land. Existing land? What in the world? I teach this course in Dubai every other year, and they have those really cool artificial islands that spring off their coast, and they're huge and really neat. I don't know how sustainable that was. Why are we building land into our seas and just destroying everything there? There's plenty of land that we can build on as it already exists on Earth. So you can't build a LEED building on a piece of land that doesn't exist. Yeah, the Palm Islands, you got it. So as long as the land's already there, someone did it before you, that's fine. The other part is it has to be permanently located. So no moving buildings. Once the building is built, it has to stay there. Simply because there's 16 points based on your location, and if you had a moving structure, that would mess it all up. Okay, so super easy. Permanently located on existing land. As I mentioned, everybody meets these anyway. I just didn't just share what they are with you. That's number 1. Number 2, reasonable LEED boundary. Don't cheat. Don't lie, essentially. Don't gerrymander. You've probably heard of that in American politics. But what that means here is if this is our site and we have this weird contaminated swamp right here that we don't want to deal with, let's just draw our boundary around that swamp. Obviously, you can't do that. You're going to get caught. You have to submit a lot of evidence on your surrounding area. So all I'm trying to say is you can't adjust your boundary just to make it easier to meet a credit, which should be obvious, but it's a rule. Yeah, so no mobile homes unless the mobile home is going to stay where it's supposed to stay, which would delete its mobility. So not a mobile home anymore. So that's number 1. Easy. Don't lie about what's on your site. Number 2, the gross floor area of the project must exceed 2% of the site, it should say, of the site. So what I mean there is if our site here, if on the ground we have 100,000 square feet, then we have to build at least a building of at least the size of 2,000 square feet on this 100,000 square foot property. Essentially, don't. This is the barest of minimums. Like, I'm thinking about the building I'm in right now. It's 3 stories on a lot line to lot line project. So that's 1, 2, 300%, right? And this is a 3-story building. It's nothing. This 2% is the barest of minimums. We want way more than that. And we're going to see that a big theme in LEED is building up as opposed to out, and increasing density and decreasing sprawl. But this 2% is just the barest minimum to kickstart that theme. And lastly, what I mentioned earlier about tiny homes, they would not fit into BD&C or O&M if they are under 1,000 square feet. Then they'd have to go for LEED for homes. Okay, and so that's the rule. It has to be above 1,000 square foot building for BD&C and O&M, and have a minimum of 1 occupant at some point. Essentially, we're not building the building for nobody, is the idea there. So again, these 3 items, don't get too hung up on them. They are super simple. They're super easy. They're worth no points. And after this hurdle, our next hurdle are called prerequisites, which are also mandatory and also worth 0 points. And most categories have a few. And why they exist is, if I'm building a building in Toronto and I'm like, you know what, water's cheap here. Who cares about water efficiency? I'm going to focus on energy. That's where the money's at. You cannot do that. Not allowed. LEED is a whole building rating system, and that's where the prerequisites kick in. LEED says, whoa, before you pick what you want, you got to be at least 20% more water efficient, this much more energy efficient, bring in this much more fresh air. And when you meet these prerequisites in each category, you at least establish this minimum level of sustainability throughout all facets of the building. And then you can say, okay, LEED, I did it. I'm 20% more water efficient because you made me do it, and I get why. But now I'm going to focus on what I actually care about. Now I'm going to focus on energy and get my points in the credits. So minimum program requirements, mandatory. Prerequisites, mandatory. Credits, we pick. So now we're at 0 points, but we can go for the credits. And how you pick the credits is up to each builder, the owner. What's important to you? How much is it going to cost you? How many points do you get it if you do it? All different factors decide what credits to pursue. Now, the most important for our understanding for the Green Associate as a whole is the intent of each credit, a good grasp of why it exists, also a good grasp of what we need to do to meet the credit's requirements. However, most of the details and the requirements are out of the scope of the Green Associates class. That's like the points per credit, the percentage thresholds, the nitty-gritty details. However, I do talk a lot about the points and percentages today because it's the only way some students get their head wrapped around the more complicated ones. But I'll remind you constantly, those questions will not come up for the Green Associate. That's for the AP. But if you have specific questions about them, like, don't hold back. You can ask. If it's too detailed, I'll say, we'll save it for the end of class. But that's you'll kind of see and understand the difference between the Green Associate, which is more surface level, higher level, to the AP, which is in the nitty gritty stuff of each credit. Any thoughts or questions before we talk about our first credit? Everyone's still alive? Yes, alive. Good. When everybody's camera starts to look frozen, it's when I'm scared. So when we talk about each credit and when you go through the textbook, I want us all to imagine that we're building a brand new office tower in downtown wherever. So we're going to use New York because it's a big downtown. And we're building a new office downtown New York. That means the rating system we're using, everybody, is BD&C. And the market adaptation we're using, everybody, is new construction. So a new office fits into new construction under BD&C. And the reason why we're using this one today is because it's the most general and popular one by far in reality. And number 2, it's what the Green Associate is primarily based on. Okay, so that is why we're focusing on BD&C. And when we go through one credit at a time, we are going to think about applying it to a new office tower. Cass and Anjana have two good questions about indoor environmental quality, and I am happy to answer that. I will get to those in approximately 167 minutes. So I'm gonna have you hold them there. If anybody can remember that time, if I'm right, I win a prize. Now, the integrative design process. Okay, the integrative design process. This is our first credit. It's kind of like a category sort of on its own, but it's like its own thing in the integrated design process. Maybe you've heard of it called the holistic approach. And it's the whole idea that today, when we build buildings, there's an owner, an architect, 5 engineers, a general contractor, 20 subcontractors, interior designer, landscape architect, environmental scientist, urban planner, so many stakeholders. And everybody's kind of inclined to say, okay, this is my job. This is what I'm getting paid for. I'm going to do it to the best I can on my own, focused and isolated. We don't want that in green buildings. We want people collaborating, working together. For example, everybody, this is a true story. I'm a building envelope guy. My focus is making a nice, tight, insulating wall. Very exciting, I know. Thank you. If you are the HVAC designer and we don't talk, you might go ahead and make our HVAC system way more efficient than it had to be. And my wall is now way more highly insulated than it had to be. And that is called over designing the building. And there goes our cost effective approach, which is a key integral part of LEED. So all I'm trying to say, to avoid that, we want people to work together on the project, find synergies between the individual goals for the overall goal. And how we kickstart that process off is by having this thing called a LEED charrette. A LEED charrette is a pre-designed workshop. It's like this goal setting Kickstarter brainstorming session is the best way to describe it. So one I led a couple of years ago, there were 8 owners around a big boardroom table. There were 8 owner representatives. And then each project team from the design and a couple construction teams were there too. And for like 4 or 5 hours, we brainstormed all these good sustainable attributes that we could potentially use on the building. And I started making charts of these ideas and we started discussing them. And the owner started to prioritize with stickers, which is of utmost importance to them. And why we did that is to establish what's called the owner's project requirements, which is simply what the owner wants out of the building. At the end of the day, folks, if we don't build it to what the owner wants, we're not getting hired again because they're the ones paying us. And what they want is important. And what we do, the next step is take the owner's project requirements back into the office and turn it into the basis of design, which is simply what the owner wants in a little more technical terminology, okay? For other disciplines to understand. But look at this chart. This is kind of the basis of why we're doing it early on, because believe me when I tell you, it is very expensive to redesign a half-built building midway through construction. And this happens all the time, and it's awful. If you can get everybody at least around a table, at least on the same page and understanding other goals of the project, you can understand how you're going to integrate or overlap some of them. And predict obstacles and have plans for those obstacles so you can avoid the high cost of design changes. And the way we do that is get everybody together through a LEED charrette. I take meeting minutes, everybody signs in, and I usually take a few sweet pictures to prove that everybody is there. And that's our first easy point. Get everyone together, get the dialogue going. That's it. All right, here's our first kind of main category. It's called location and transportation. Now, these boxes up here, everybody, I'm going to explain in like 15 minutes, so just ignore them for now. But you should note there are no prerequisites in this category, simply because it's based on where the building's located, and sometimes you don't have a choice, like you're given the site. So that's why there's no prerequisites, because sometimes it's fully out of your control. However, there are 16 points all based on where the building is located and how people will eventually get to that building. Okay, so let's get into our first credit, and it's called sensitive land protection. Remember, everybody, you do not need to know the amounts of points per credit, okay? We need to know what the intent of the credit is and have a good understanding of it, and what the requirements are, but not the specific little details you see, Okay, that's the difference from the Green Associate to the AP. So why are we doing this? To avoid the development of green fields. If you don't know what green field is, it's a site that's never been developed on before, so just leave it be, and sensitive areas. So option one, for 1 point, pick a previously developed site. Okay, everyone, where are we building our building? New downtown New York. That was easy. I don't know any undeveloped land you can build on in New York, so we get the point. But if you're in rural upstate New York, rural anywhere, how about avoiding sensitive areas? Don't pick a piece of prime farmland, a floodplain, endangered species, near wetlands or bodies of water. There's other places that are less sensitive. Pick one of those. But remember, even if you build on a piece of prime farmland, that's fine. This is 1 point. There are 110, and you only need 40 for certified, 80 for platinum. This is our first credit worth 1 point, okay? And it's up to you to decide. Sometimes you can't do this one. All right, so that's just one I wanted to put out there. And for like the evidence for this, in Toronto, I have to go to the Regional Conservation Authority and get a map that proves that my site doesn't meet one of these sensitive areas. That's the documentation for this one. Okay, high priority site is our next one, and that's a site that's deemed undesirable. Undesirable, and developers are scared because there's an extra challenge or regulation. But you know what? Maybe we do want to encourage developers to take those challenges on and actually use that land. Like, for example, what Anjana just said, brownfields. I didn't plant that question, I swear, but it was a perfect leading one. Brownfields, if you don't know, are contaminated sites. So the best example are like decommissioned gas stations. You've driven by one of those that just sits there for 2 decades probably. It's so polluted and continues to pollute. So I'll offer a developer 2 points to pick that site and remediate it and reuse it. Maybe there's a government incentive to do so too, and we'll give you 2 points for taking that big challenge on. All right. Now, a priority designated site, this is newer and a little bit different depending on what state or country you're in. So I'm going to use the US for example. So an easy one is the US has things called opportunity zones, which are areas that are needing of some socio-economic investment. And developers are shying away because there's risk involved in those areas. So if it is in that zone, an opportunity zone, let's say, or another designated area, you can get a point for taking some risk and building in that area because you're not sure how fast it will appreciate it. But we want money and investments to be going into that neighborhood. So that's the idea with option two. It's not available everywhere, I should mention. And option one is a historic district or infill site. Infill is good because it increases density. And historic districts, developers that's their nightmares because there's always extra regulations to comply with. But don't just shy away from historic districts, I say. Build with that aesthetics that is already there, and you can just fit in and be fine. And so this is how some LEED credits work. In this case, LEED is offering us points for picking and choosing one of these more challenging options. Anna, so it's kind of being, this is a new option, so it's kind of been changing every year as different standards and come into play. So I'll send you some more information if you want to email me, but it can be federal, state, and or local sometimes. So they're pretty. If you can make the argument that yours is a priority designated site by the definition of LEED, you're usually pretty good. Okay. Surrounding density and diverse uses is our next one, and it's a big one. And this is continuing our theme of curbing sprawl and increasing density. Because one thing we've mastered in North America is using our land as inefficiently as possible, and we're great at it. When people move into our cities, we love to accommodate them by building out and out and out and expanding our cities. And when we do that, we need to connect these new developments with new infrastructure, water, electrical, roads. Now, no public transit is going to get out there because it's too low density. No, why don't we build here? within this existing community, within existing infrastructure that we can share and expand on. And that's this credit's focus. And our first option is just easier to show you how it's calculated. So looking up at the PowerPoint, green, this is our new pretty building. And I want to know how dense is my surrounding area. So what you do here is you draw a 1/4 mile radius circle and you add up the gross floor area. So I'm adding up all the square feet of all these different floor areas of each building and taking that cumulative gross floor building area and dividing it by the acres of land on the ground, acres of land on the ground. So think about what that gives you. It's just a density calculation. How many building square feet are there per land? And the higher the density is, the more points you get here. Now, the way that LEED looks at it is if there's a bunch of buildings around your building, there's a bunch of people in those buildings. And those people are serviced probably by infrastructure and amenities and shops, and we can just hook in and share them. So that's all this option says. Build where there are buildings. Okay? Good questions, Cass. So green space is going to come in next category. And John asked about the pandemic situation and a densely built environment. It's definitely a challenge. And we're going to talk about 8 new LEED credits in a little bit later on that just focus on pandemic related issues. So both good questions. So that was our first option here, right? But what about the case where you're in like financial district on Wall Street and you look to your right and left and there's just 10 banks in each direction? I'm like, I don't need 10 banks for my everyday life. So option 2 gives me a diverse uses. So it says instead of 10 banks, give me 1 bank and a restaurant and a supermarket, a pharmacy, a post office, a school, a park, a university, all these different diverse use types that are walkable. And LEED says we're not too lazy to walk a half mile door to door unobstructed walking distance. This used to be measured as the crow flies, which is pretty silly because it was asking us to run through buildings and across highways. But so this makes a lot more sense. It's kind of, you should think of it as your walking score, and lots of different websites give this. So it's a great question. Increasing density, cripple existing infrastructure. Is there a ceiling? So I get that question sometimes, and especially in North America, we're not even close to the capacity and the density that we could be at. Plus, each city is responsible for their density zoning bylaws. So each city doesn't allow you to build over a certain height depending on how much infrastructure is existing. So LEED kind of depends on that. And if you can't build a certain height, you might get hurt on that LEED point. So that's kind of how it works in reality. Good question. So those are the 3 location-based credits, like where is the building? The next 4 credits and the other half of this category is all about transportation, which accounts for a whopping 33% of our greenhouse gases. Buildings were 38%, 33, 38, that's over 70% of our greenhouse gases. Like that's the majority, that's most of them. So my question now is, can we not only reduce our own buildings emissions, but also transportation emissions and how and where we build? And the answer is yes, because where do we transport ourselves to and from? Most of the time you start at building 1 and then you end at building 2. We always go from a building to a building most times. And how you'd go from building A to B is where all these emissions come from. So the next 4 credits all have the same goal, and that goal is to discourage people from driving in a big gas guzzler alone to our building, right? That would be the worst case, is if everybody drove a huge Hummer to our building at once. That would be the worst thing that could happen, okay? So that is the intent of the next 4 credits that we're about to look at. And if you want to discourage that, you need to encourage an alternative means of transportation. And one option is public transit. And so that's what we're going to look at here. Access to quality transit. It's a big credit. You know, it's worth up to 6 points. And there are a couple different options to get it. Build within a quarter mile of a bus or streetcar stop and a half mile of a bus, rapid transit, or light heavy rail station. Look, if your building is near a subway stop, I will bet your employees are going to try to use that subway every day. And if they're using public transit every day, they're probably going to try to live near public transit. If we got people living and working near public transit now, perhaps we can get rid of our car completely, like you would in New York City. But there's also a minimum trip count. So for example, if I watch one bus go by every hour, that's not helping my people get where they need. I need multiple routes, multiple times per hour to get them where they need to be going. Okay, and here's an example of how you document it on this building I worked at in Toronto years, very long time ago. This is Don Milton Shepherd, if you're familiar with the city. So C is where our beautiful building is. And then B and D, you can see 2 bus stops on Google Maps within 400 meters. Everybody, 400 meters is a quarter mile. LEED's American base, so we are talking imperial units because they round nicer, because you guys are stuck on that still down there for some reason. But anyway, if they ever give units, they always give both of them on the exam anyway, but the imperial units are easier to remember, just because a quarter mile is easier than 400 meters. But anyway, it's not going to come up much. So I love LEED because in my head, when I was doing this credit for the first time, I knew the requirements and I was like, well, what's the most logical and easiest way I can prove to them that my building meets the requirements? And in my head, I was like, I guess I should just take a picture of Google Maps and show I'm close enough. And then I went to the TTC, our public transportation's website. I downloaded the routes. I summarized how frequently the routes came. And that was it. That's the official way to do it, which I liked because it made sense to me. And a lot of these different credits are similar to that in that they are pretty logical. Couple good comments on there. John, that's my line. I have a Tesla joke coming on. Come on. Stole my thunder there. But now that was public transit. It's a big credit. Bikes. 20 years ago when LEED came out, people would say, oh yeah, LEED, whatever, heard about that, put a bike rack on there, you got LEED gold. It's a little more involved than that. Even this credit is more involved than that on its own. So now you need to provide bike parking for your long-term occupants, which has to be covered, and even your short-term, like visitors, has to have uncovered parking for a certain percentage of occupants. And showers as well. The last office I worked in Toronto had 2 big, beautiful shower rooms, because if I wanted a bike on a sunny summer day, you better give me somewhere to freshen up, or no one, including me, is going to be happy around the office. So this is how I think and I look at builders, our ability and designers to really impact human behavior. I look out there and I say, okay, everybody is as lazy as they can be. But if I just make it easy enough to ride a bike to my office or to ride public transit to my home, then people will start to shift their behavior if it's easier. And so that's where I think we can help get that process rolling. So that's bikes, reduce parking footprint. We talked about this already, but the US has twice as many parking spots as people, and I'm sure in Canada we're probably worse. So don't build more than you need to. Just build the minimum required by zoning law, no extra parking. And provide 5% preferred carpool parking, reserve spaces enforced by the future building facilities managers, that just similar to the accessibility spots that are enforced and for carpools. And lastly, our green vehicles. You don't need a Tesla to be a green vehicle. Mine's currently floating in space somewhere. That was my joke, John. Was it better? I think. Maybe not. Didn't land. So you don't need to be a Tesla. Pretty much every Pretty much every car has this rating called AC triple E. And LEED uses that score to determine if it's green. They also use another one in California. I'm blanking on it, but it's in the textbook. Essentially, as I said, it doesn't need to be a Tesla. Some hybrids, some low emitting vehicles, electric cars, they all fit. And the way to encourage them is by reserving a preferred parking spot for those green vehicles, which you've seen, I'm sure, in real life, or offering a discount for those green vehicles. If you're charging for parking, hey, free parking for your green vehicle. Good idea. And the kind of mentality here is, if I'm in the market for a new car and I'm driving to work and I see this empty space with an EV charging station just sitting there, and I'm like, wait, I could just charge my car maybe even for free during my day at the office. Maybe that will be my determining factor in choosing an electric vehicle for my next car. That's kind of a bit of the mentality behind this. But it's not just the parking or discounts. You also need to provide 2% of your spaces equipped with EV charging stations. And this is one that we specified for a building I worked on. And here are the 8 spaces where we put them. So pretty simple. This is going to be way more popular in the next 10 years, that's for sure. So everybody, those are the 4 ways to discourage people from driving alone in a gas guzzler to our building by making it easier to do an alternative. And that's the transportation side of the credit. Couple questions. Hadrian says, redeveloping big box store shopping area will be less likely to get these location related credits. They're mostly dependent on exactly. So, the smart centers in Canada, the strip malls that are very single use and very car specific, these credits, some of them would be very difficult, 100%. But some of them, like the green vehicles credit, like the parking credit, those would be options too, while the public transit might not be, but it might be. You might be able to get 2 points. So yeah, so absolutely, Hadrian, there's different buildings that already have kind of a prejudice to certain points, but that is part of the game of figuring out what points you can go for. But you're thinking about on the right terms. Okay, so forget about that last credit category for a second. Location and transportation. You either do those first 7 credits we just talked about it, or just this one, and I'll explain why. So listen up, it's a little confusing. Remember LEED for neighborhood development? That was our 5th rating system. I gave the example of the Hudson Yards project in New York City, which is a certified gold neighborhood, and it's a huge area. So let's say we go into that neighborhood as a developer, buy an empty plot of land within that certified neighborhood. Our new building we put on that plot of land automatically gets 12 points in this category because it's located in a LEED for neighborhood development gold area. But you can't go for the other 7 credits. The whole idea is the neighborhood has met those 7 credits. Neighborhood development as a rating system covers all the things we just talked about. So you'd be double counting. With that said, there's not that many neighborhood developments out there yet. So this is more of a forward-looking credit as we go on, and there's more neighborhood developments out there to choose from. And so in real life, likely we're going to be going for those 7 first credits. But if you're building within a neighborhood development that was certified already, this is an option for you. Now, I told you very seldomly are there numbers, but if I've seen these come up once or twice. You should know that a building located in a neighborhood development certified area gets that new building 8 points, silver 10, gold 12, platinum 16. I know someone asked me to point out some possible questions. If you see in big red capitals underlined, must know the numbers below. Please know the numbers below, okay? We're gonna do a 5-minute like a seriously 5-minute bathroom break, because then we're gonna do 3 more categories, and then we'll have a longer 20-30-minute break for food and stuff. Okay, so this is just a bathroom break, everybody. 5 minutes. Like, come back here at 35 past the hour. And our next one is sustainable sites, all focused on the site itself that we're building on. Okay, so these boxes, everybody, are my made up kind of naming convention. So this is how you would memorize the credits and the points if you go for the AP level 2. For the Green Associate alone, you do not need to know this at all, but I'm going to break it down anyway because I'm a nice guy. So SS stands for the category of sustainable sites. The C is if it's a credit, the P if it's a prerequisite, the name of it. The parenthesized D is if it's done during design, the C if it's done during construction. The minimum and max points available in new construction schools and core and shell. And the Y is this exemplary performance option that we're going to talk about way later on today. So I'm not trying to confuse you by giving you them. Just I know people are curious about how many points that a credit's worth. And if I don't mention it, just flip back to this slide and you can see the point distribution here. Okay. Here is our first prerequisite of the day. So this is the first mandatory P prerequisite. Also, you should note that this little naming convention, this SSP1, you will never see outside this course. This is how I remember them. On the real exam, it would say sustainable sites, prerequisite, construction activity, pollution prevention. Okay? So just something to note. Have you been on a construction site before? You probably noticed it's a real big mess. There are trucks dragging dirt on the road, chemicals spilling, rainwater falling, washing them off, sedimentation there, pollution, erosion there. Keep your mess on your own site is the whole idea of this prerequisite. And so LEED was making its own guidelines, and they were like, all right, to do this, you should first off do that, and then they said, why are we making our own list? Let's just look at, there's a good standard. The EPA's construction general permit has a great erosion and sedimentation control plan within it. Let's just use that. And you're going to start seeing LEED do this. And I love that they do this. They say, why reinvent the wheel? Let's piggyback off of working but often underused standards that already exist and incorporate them into our own LEED rating system. And this is an example of one case of it, which I like. And so this standard tells us to use proper control blankets, mulching techniques if needed, silt fencing to prevent dust blowing into my neighbor's property, filters under my catch basins, and honestly, any half-decent construction manager, general contractor would have been doing these things without even being asked. But now, you have to, because it is a mandatory prerequisite. Correct, Rachel. No prerequisites are worth points, and they all have to be met if you want to be LEED certified. Correct. So often people think like, okay, if I just don't do this prerequisite, then can I just not do the rest of the sustainable sites credits? No, if you don't do this prerequisite, you can't do anything. And that's our only prerequisite in sustainable sites. Keep your mess on site during construction. Our next and first credit is called site assessment, which in my opinion is the easiest credit in the whole ball game. LEED says if you want to be able to utilize your site to the best it can be, you better understand what it's made up of. And prove to me you understand your site by describing it. That's it. Topography, is it hilly or flat? Hydrology, streams, aquifer below, native vegetation, indigenous soil types. Is there a building there? All you do is describe your site by answering a few questions in each of these topics, and you get a very easy point. So not bad at all. Protect or restore habitat is our next one. So there's a couple elements here. The first one is if there is a greenfield area on your site, protect it. So if we buy this site, the whole thing, and we see this greenfield area, remember that what that was, never been developed on before, more than agriculture, we say protect a portion of it, just let it be. And restore a portion of developed land if there is with native and adapted vegetation. So if we get to the site and say this is a big parking lot here, let's restore a portion of it with native and adapted vegetation to try to get it back to its original greenfield form, okay? But where are you going to do that in downtown Manhattan? Like there's not a lot of room to play with. So on these tight downtown sites, we have a financial option that says you can pay into a land trust. If you don't know what a land trust is, it's pretty much an organization that says, all right, you can't remediate your site, we'll take your money and remediate a similar conditioned site nearby. It ain't cheap though. It's 40 cents a square foot. So on this 100,000 square foot example I was telling you about, that's 40 grand for a point, which is nuts. So it's not a cheap way to get around things. Yes, so there is a percentage-based restoration. I do put that in the textbook, but it's not going to be on the exam. So I'm not going to confuse people about it, but I believe it's 20% for the previous developed, and then 40% for the second point. But it is in the textbook. No problem, John. Open space is our next one, and this just used to mean vegetation, which never made sense to me because I go to outskirts of cities all the time. I see these big rolling turf grass fields between buildings on this big business park, and I've never seen a single person on those fields. What a waste of land. So the new definition of open space is that it has to be accessible and usable outdoors. So what I mean by that is just encourage people to use it. And that can be as easy as putting a nice little courtyard with some picnic benches and a walking path to it. A community garden is a really cool way I've seen this done. Even a pond with a few benches around it is one way to encourage people to use it. That's the idea. Don't just have it sit there open and useless. But where are you going to do that downtown? So this is a tight site I worked on in Toronto, and the only option was to look up. And so this is like a tiered terrace building like this. And on those terraces, we had planters, umbrellas, benches, and even a small green roof. And that was our only option. And we're going to be talking about that even more. We are going to talk about xyrescaping in 16 minutes. Vertical gardens, they have different, they can have different, to answer on Jonah's question, vertical gardens can have different benefits, whether they're on the inside and used to improve our indoor air quality, or on the outside to help with some cooling and energy. That's kind of where we're going to talk about those. But great ideas, both of you. So those 3 credits were really quick. The next 3 are a little more involved. Rain. When it rains, where does it go? A couple weeks ago, into my basement, and 3 inches of water there. We are getting more severe rain events. Yeah, I bought my first property in my life, and 6 weeks into it, 3 inches of water. And in Toronto, it's combined storm and sewer, so it wasn't just stormwater, unfortunately for me. Anyway, enough about me. Let's talk about rainwater. If you look around, not only are the rain events getting more severe every year due to climate change, but even without that, we just have more hardscapes. There's more impervious asphalts and concretes. There's less places for the water to infiltrate into the ground. Simple as that. And when we watch it hit the hardscapes, it flows into our stormwater catch basins on the roads, and it goes away and we forget about it. And we should not forget about it when it's out of sight. It should still be in our mind. Because it takes a ton of energy. It takes a lot of our tax dollars and money to maintain all of our rainwater management systems. And often, sometimes even treat it in Toronto with this combined storm and sewer, for example. So the goal here is, why not try and keep some of the rain on your site and help it infiltrate into the ground and alleviate the municipal stormwater management systems? And there's a bunch of different options to do this, but the easiest way in my head is to dig a hole. Just dig a hole in your site. Call it a dry pond, a bioretention pond. I don't care what you call it. Make it pretty if you want. And if you slope or grade just means slope your site cleverly around that hole, you could naturally just manage the rainwater just like that. But if you want to spend some money, you can build a cistern, which is a fancy word for a tank, collecting our excess rainwater and storing it for later use in a dry spell, for irrigation, or toilet water as non-potable water. But there are a lot of different options here. Some strategies I've seen more popular, especially in the South, are permeable pavement. So it's asphalt that lets water through. I'm sure you all have seen open grid pavement before. I see this on campuses all the time. It's usually very muddy and weedy here, but this one's probably nicely photoshopped to make it look pretty. But it's half vegetated, half hardscape. And then bioswales, fancy words for ditches on the side of the road to collect our excess rainwater. And the strategies are up to you. And one thing I can't believe I still hear, does a seasoned veteran designer say to me, they say, Lauren, I don't want to go for LEED. Nobody's going to tell me how to design my building. I say, what are you talking about? LEED says try to manage this much rainwater and pick any strategy to do it. It's your choice. or don't. I don't care. It's 3 points. Leave them if you don't want to do them. So like LEED doesn't only say you pick what credits to go for, it often says you pick how to meet those credits and with what strategies. So I like LEED because it keeps it open-ended and it lets us design it ourselves to meet the requirements in our own unique ways. And still, even today, people misunderstand that in reality. All right, good talk. So that was our rain. We got do we have a couple questions? Yeah, yeah, Houston's. Yeah, I was in Houston I go to Houston once a year for the teaching. I found I thought it was interesting that the Houston used to be located in Galveston, pretty much. That was the central, and then it just kept on getting wiped out by all the hurricanes and the rain. So they moved it in whatever 50 miles to the current Houston, and it's we'll see if we have to move the city 50 miles in again. Okay. Yeah, Jennifer, living walls are complicated. So the University of Windsor and the engineering building. So typically what I find is engineering buildings are like designed by engineers and they're usually ugly. But the Windsor one is so super cool. And they have this huge living wall that spans like 4 stories. And when I was teaching, I walked in and I was like, this is gross. It was like so stuffy. And what happened was over like Christmas break or something, the lights keeping them alive, someone turned them off and like half a living wall was dead. And I was like, before that, I did not think they really contributed to the indoor air quality. And after that, I certainly changed my mind. So that was pretty interesting. Our heat island effect. Oh, awesome, Peyton. Yeah, because we haven't been using a lot of pervious concrete in the north, mainly just because of issues from freeze thaw. But I know that they're working on those issues in the newer versions. But that's awesome. Good for you. You guys heard of the heat island effect before? It is why our cities are often 2 to 10 degrees warmer downtown than the rural and the residential surroundings. And it is because of the same things that increase our water, our hardscapes, our dark black asphalts. They absorb the summer sun's heat in the day, hold on to it, and then slowly let that heat out when it cools off at night. But because our buildings are so close together in cities, and there's also wonderful pollutants like vehicle exhaust just hanging out, the wind has a tough time pushing all that hot air out. And before you know it, the sun comes back up, reheats our surface, and we never essentially cool off fully in our cities. That's the idea here. We don't cool off our cities, and that increases our cooling loads, and we don't need to do that. It's hot enough and everywhere in our summers. So a couple characteristics about surfaces. Albedo, you've probably heard that word, how a surface reflects light. In LEED, we use a different standard called solar reflectance index, how the surface rejects rejects heat all in all. 100 is the brightest, whitest reflective surface. 0 is the darkest, blackest absorptive body. So where are the hardscapes is the first question before asking how to mitigate the heat island effect. And I look outside, I see on the ground, sidewalks and roads. Let's start on the ground. Shade them. You put trees along your sidewalks, the sun can't hit it, you solve the problem. Or put buildings a little closer together so you just need less roads to connect. Or a bright white concrete that reflects and rejects instead of a dark black asphalt. Yeah, like Annika mentioned about LA painting streets white. That's awesome. Roofs are even better, which we're going to talk about next. Open grid pavement, we saw that vegetation was good for rain. Vegetation is also good for the heat island effect for sure. Our next one is on the roof. So we did the ground. Now we're going to do the roof, which is a huge contributor. So don't use our classic black asphalt. Maybe use a bright white concrete, bright white metal cladding, or a green roof is very, very beneficial. Now, green roofs are really cool. There's a couple different ones. There's like an extensive one, which are like layers, and an intensive one, which is just the surface planters. I'll talk about the extensive one. I've seen one get constructed. It's really cool. You're pretty much making your roof into a piece of land. And so it's like layers on layers on layers on layers. And there's like 5 synergies for a green roof. What I mean by that is it helps with 5 credits. It can help with the heat island. It can help with rainwater mitigation management. It can help open space if you can access it and protect or restore habitat. And you might also save some energy because they're good insulators. But they are super, super expensive to build and maintain. However, in places like New York City and Toronto, often it's the only option to give occupants exposure to vegetation is the roof. And in fact, in Toronto for the last 10 years and New York for the last 3 years, there is a green roof bylaw. On any new structure above a certain size, a percentage of the roof has to be green, vegetated. So that's good. This is a little off topic, but I like to focus on the economics of a lot of this. And this is something that people never think about, but is really relevant. So a building in New York City, this is the value of it, $100 million. There's a building in St. Louis, exact same building, nothing wrong with St. Louis, it's just not as valuable piece of land. So let's say it's only worth $20 million. Same building. However, to build a green roof, regardless of the city, are pretty similar costs. So say it costs $2 million to build a green roof. That's only 2% of the of the value of the New York City asset, but it's 10% more of a premium in St. Louis. So this is just one thing I like people to think about, is that the location of your asset, of the building, does matter, because it hurts more. You feel these green premium items more in a location with a less valuable asset. And that's not on the exam at all or anything, but I think it's super important when you think about it. Oh, Jennifer, you had a bad experience with the green roof. I'm sorry to hear that. The green roof came into your apartment. Oh, I do know, I've heard horror stories. I think they're getting better and better, and not trying to take shortcuts, but yeah, I have heard some horror stories about green roofs. Um, yeah, the most painful ones are when you look at the green roof and it's just fully dead. I'm just like, oh, there's so much money spent on this, and it's now a brown roof. Now so we did the ground, now we did the roof, and now we're gonna do parking lots. Look, you know how hot your car gets on a surface level parking lot. Why are we wasting land anyway there? Put the parking underground if you can, or stack it to save space and put a green roof on top of, or a high SRI white roof on top of this garage. Or I saw this in LA a lot. They cover their parking lot with PV panels, shade the hardscape, and use the power for EV charging stations and get like 3 credits in one. So another good idea. And lastly, in this category, look up at the sky. Tell me all the beautiful stars you cannot see tonight, wherever you are, because of light pollution. There's lights outside shining light up to the sky. There's lights inside shining light right out the window. What a waste. I don't need light up there. I want light down here where I need to see, because I want to find my car. I want to be safe walking home, whatever it may be. So why do we have these silly no covered orbs shining light exactly where we don't need it? Let's have covered, focused, concentrated orbs or fixtures to reduce light pollution. Maybe the animals will not stop thinking it's the moon and going into the road, and very sad, and we'll save energy. But for this credit, all you have to do is show that you are keeping your artificial light on site. So what I mean by that is, at your project boundary, have your lumens, which is how bright the light is, be around 0.1 or less. And what that means is your light is not trespassing to your neighbors. And different areas have different lighting zone allowances, like you're allowed more light pollution downtown than a rural area, which I wanted to mention. And this is shown in a lighting or energy modeling software, which we'll talk about in a moment. So that's sustainable sites. We'll do 2 more categories, then we'll take a longer lunch break. Sound good? You don't have a choice anyway. Water efficiency is our next one. And we need to talk about a few types of water before diving into the credits. And the first type is potable water. Potable water is water that we have treated to such a high quality we can drink. That's what potable water is. every single credit in the whole category, there is one intent: use less potable water. That's it. If we treated it to a quality that we can consume it, don't waste it. That's the idea. Black water is wastewater. You cannot reuse it. Toilet, urinal water, dishwashers, kitchen sinks. If it touches food or human waste, no reuse, gotta be treated. Gray water is in between those two. It's not drinkable, but it's not waste. So for example, collected rainwater, non-potable water. Maybe you can reuse that, as I said, for your toilet non-potable water or irrigation. Processed water is water that's actually inside the building systems. So for example, there's makeup water used in cooling towers to help cool off the building. So we'll talk about that, but it's inside the building systems. That's what processed water is used for. And purple pipe water, anyone heard of that? Anyone? Purple pipe? Yeah, a few, definitely in the South more than anywhere else, southern states. It's treated black water. So it was wastewater. It goes through a treatment plant where it's treated to what's called a tertiary level, which is just below potable, just below drinkable. And it's used for irrigation all over. Like in many parks in Texas, you'll see big purple pipes and you'll be like, oh, that's what he was talking about. In California, in the desert, where there probably shouldn't be golf courses, and there are, at least they're using mostly purple pipe water to irrigate them. So that's where I've seen it. So processed water is kind of all on its own, Rachel. So processed water is usually potable, or there's actually chemicals in it, which we're going to see. But we never drink that or use it other than inside the building systems, I should say. Look at your toilet, everybody, and you'll see that it says something gallons per flush, GPF on it. And that's what that GPF stands for, how many gallons go down when you flush. On your showers and faucets, you'll see GPM or LPM, gallons per minute. Evapotranspiration has a lot of syllables. All it means is the loss of water up through our plant's leaves and the rate it does so. So these next three are more important. FTEs, or what's called full-time equivalents. I keep on saying things like a percentage of occupants have to be provided bike parking. This is how we estimate the amount of people that will be occupying our buildings. So everyone, 1 FTE equals 40 hours spent in the building in a week. How you need to think about it is a full-time employee, a 40-hour work week, right? That's it. 9 to 5, 5 days a week. But then there's like situations like this class. If we were all in a classroom together, there's 40 of us spending 4 hours, let's say. 40 times 4 is 160 people hours divided by 40 equals 4 full-time equivalents. So all of us would equal 4 full-time equivalents. Essentially how it works is you add up all the people hours in the building over the course of a week and divide it by 40. Again, it's just an estimate to help us determine how much water we're going to use, how much bike parking to provide, and I'll show you how we use it in a moment. I also keep saying, like, you got to be 20% more water efficient. More water efficient than what? Like, it's a new building. What am I comparing myself to? And so that is where we need a baseline. So we're going to be introduced to baselines, which are conventional versions of ourselves to be able to beat and be better than. And for water, what LEED piggybacks off of is something called the U.S. Energy Policy Act, or EPA Act, of 92 or 2005. They're the same numbers. And I'll show you how a baseline calculation is conducted in a moment. And WaterSense label, you know how there's like Energy Star dishwashers and appliances. WaterSense is the same, but for water efficient fixtures and flush and flow fixtures to make it easier for us to find them. That's what that WaterSense standard's all about. Big picture water stats, though. 70% of our surface is covered by the blue stuff. And 1% of it is fresh, and only 1% of that is fresh and accessible. 1 to 3% is what, if they ever ask on, it's either 1 or 2 or 3%. It's usually around that numbers that they're looking for fresh and accessible. The one thing to note, though, it's not infinite. In fact, it's very finite. There's not that much fresh water. You look at the last 10 years, every single year in the last 10 years, 2 out of 3 people on the planet at some point in the year were in water stress conditions. It's nuts that that's already happening. It wasn't supposed to happen for years. You look at places like Cape Town, South Africa, one of the richest cities in Africa. 2 years ago, I had a friend, they literally ran out of water. People picked up and left. Like climate migration's happening today. Parts of Michigan still contaminated water. California, I don't even know what year of the drought it is. You know, they've been talking about ducting water from our Great Lakes up here down to California. I can only imagine that having wonderful impacts on the overall ecosystems. Probably not a good idea. They're desalinating water in parts of SoCal. Desalination, in my opinion, is nuts. That should be the absolute last resort. It is expensive. It takes a lot of energy. Let's just use less. That's my plan. Let's conserve before these other crazy last resort ideas. Let's use less for these processes. That's my plan of attack. And in water efficiency, we have 3 prerequisites, and each prerequisite has a corresponding credit. So it's like there's 3 pairs here. For the prerequisite, you have to be this good, but if you want points, we'll give you incremental points as you continue to beat our baseline. Okay? Yeah, Simona, I don't know reusing washing machine water, but I'm sure there's a way to use that for non-potable water. Definitely. Good point. I haven't seen anyone do that. That's interesting. I was actually just shopping for a washing machine, funny enough, because mine was in sewage water. Anyway, so our next this is our first prerequisite credit. This is how you calculate the baseline. There are no calculations on the exam at all. There are some easy calculations on the AP, but the Green Associate, none. But it is also useful, I think, for you at least to see how it's done in the background. So we need to calculate our baseline. Where do we get the baseline numbers from again? The EPA Act. And we're going to imagine that we use these flush and flow rates, which you should think of as old or conventional, and to see our building. Yeah, Shan, so good question. The EPA Act just gives these numbers pretty much. So we just use these numbers to make our baseline, and then we beat it. I'll show you. So let's say we have 200 full-time equivalents in our imaginary office, 100 women, 100 men. Toilets used 3 times a day times 1.6 gallons per flush. Wash our hands 3 times a day, 2.2 gallons per minute times 30 seconds, and 2 times the urinals for the guys. And so if we built the building using the EPA Act's flush and flow rates you see here, our building will use 1,500 gallons per day. In better thinking, that is the number to beat. Okay, that's what we got to beat. How much? We need to reduce our actuals building water usage by 20% for the prerequisite, and every 5% better, we get points in the credit. So remember, these are not the flush and flow rates we used. We pretty much plug and play our actual flush and flow rates. So maybe we used only 1.0 gallon per flush because it was a dual flush toilet and that's the average. A waterless urinal, or a urinal that only uses non-potable rainwater, makes that 0 potable water use. A low flow faucet brings this number down to 1.8. And we see that our building actually uses 1,000 gallons compared to the 1,500, and that will give us a 30+% improvement and 2 points. Okay. Rarely any point questions on the exam, but I've seen them try to sneak a couple in the last couple months. And so if you ever see a question like this, your project team manages to reduce indoor water use by 23% and outdoor by 75%. They're just trying to trick you here, because 23% you're still in the prerequisite, so you get 0 points, and 75% you get 1 point. So this is going to be it sounds like a really stupid rule of thumb, but they never ask point questions. If they ever ask a point question like this, every time it's going to be 1 point as the answer, okay? So you don't need to listen to all points. Any questions right now? So yeah, John, totally right. FTE calculations could be definitely more challenging. The thing to keep in mind though is the FTE count for the baseline is the same count for the design case. So for like water, you're comparing apples to apples, so that wouldn't change it. But for like bike parking, it would have an effect if people are commuting less. So yeah, that's 100% something that we'll have to think about now. I do wonder, I would hope to think that COVID increased our hand washing, but I don't know. I don't know. And the backs, I'm a pro hand washer now. Thank you. What about washing hands, dishes, other cleaning uses? So that EPA Act pretty much has every water fixture that you can use and the baseline, and you're always going to be comparing your use to it, Rachel. So which credits, Bill? So for like this one, the point distribution's pretty clear. Whereas for like rainwater management, it's how much water you're managing, like a 95 percentile storm, a 98th percentile storm. So that though these points are in the textbook, but as a reminder, they will not be on the Green Associate exam. Just if you want to understand how it's measured, that's what it's there. Split by gender, just because guys have the urinals here. Yeah, and women are consuming more water. That's the point I was driving home. Thank you. Okay. I think I caught up with all the questions. So that was indoor water use. Good questions, everybody. Awesome engagement. Outdoor water use. We love watering plants. Let's not do that. Let's just not water plants. Let's use native and adaptive and indigenous species, because everybody, before we built this building where you are, there was vegetation here first and it was doing just fine. So use the same vegetation around your building after you build it, because it's the same sun and the same amount of rain coming. Those vegetation species will survive just fine. And what Cass mentioned before, you can lead your way to xyroscaping, which using no potable water. And that's the best idea. And these are like drought resistant plants to do so. Or alternatively, you can use efficient irrigation systems. So instead of spraying water above ground that we love to do and watch it just evaporate and blow away or run off and never get to the root, drip irrigation, for example, or micromisters deliver water close or at the root, and you can save like 90% of otherwise potable water wasted. Demand meters. So I was at Vanderbilt in Nashville a couple of years ago, and I remember once my class was done, I was walking off campus and it was pouring rain. I was running off campus, and as I was running, I just watched every single sprinkler come on in the downpour. And I'm like, no, why? So have a demand meter that says, please don't go on, it's raining. And that happens way more than I would like it to, and I've seen it too many times. Or non-potable irrigation, like collecting water on the rooftop, storing it and saving it and using it in a dry spell later on when you need it. All good options. And again, it's up to you to decide which strategies to use to reduce potable water use indoor, now outdoor. And the follow-up is our third and final prerequisite called building level water metering. Building level water metering. So this is new to version 4, and the idea is I want to know how much water the whole building uses every month, and give me that data to the USGBC every 5 years. Guess what, everyone? We're getting charged for our water usage, so somebody is metering our water. Just ask for access to this water meter. That's it. Ask for access to this water meter that we know already is there from our water provider. And if they say, no, get out of here, we'll say whatever and install our own right next to theirs downstream to do the same thing. So this is super easy, obviously, everyone. Now, I want to note why I think it has come into play now. Look, the oldest LEED building right now is less than 20 years old. These buildings are still pretty new. And the builders and owners of that building, they're the ones that put a bunch of money in up front for efficient systems with the goal of saving money over time and operations costs. So they better be metering it much closer than just on a whole building level to make sure they got a bang for their buck out of their systems. What I see this as being is eventually the older LEED buildings might have a recertification requirement going forward. But right now, a new LEED building, you get your LEED plaque, it says LEED Gold version 4 to 2021, and it's yours forever for now. We'll see if that changes. The only recertification for buildings is for LEED operations and maintenance, and it's to make sure your energy savings are what they are. Okay, so that's just one thing to note. So this is super easy. Give me your monthly water usage data, submit that to the USGBC every 5 years. The correlating credit for 1 point goes a step further. It says submeter 2 of your 6 major water consumers: irrigation, indoor plumbing, domestic hot water, boilers, reclaimed water, or processed water. The goal with this one is if there's a leak, you can find it right away before it gets out of hand and fix it. Or you can say, whoa, I can't believe my irrigation water usage is that high. That's my place to improve. I got a little money. That's where I'm going to start. Personally, I haven't worked with this credit. It's new to version 4. Water's still not that expensive in Toronto, where most of the buildings I worked on are. And water meters are kind of expensive on the projects I've worked at because the water schematics get super complex and you need to get too many meters. But as I mentioned, this is new to version 4, so it is gaining more popularity, especially in certain regions over others. So everybody, those were 3 prerequisites with 3 corresponding credits, pairs. The last credit is all by its lonesome self, called cooling tower water usage. And if you have no idea what a cooling tower is or how it works, you do not need to understand, but it's a wonderful dinner conversation for you tonight, so I'll tell you. Anyway, you're welcome. One way we cool air in buildings, everyone, is to duct cold water through pipes. You blow our warm air over them, and you take the cold water's temperature and distribute it in our air. That's it. It's a way to cool our buildings with water. So once the water finishes the loop through the building, you hope it's hot because you've taken all of its cold temperature and got that big temperature drop. And we want to cool it back down for the next loop. And that is all this thing does. It takes the hot water escaping out of our building, sprays it over a large surface area, and simply has a fan providing evaporative cooling. That's it. But there's always a but. There are chemicals in the water, and we need them. We need them because they prevent scaling and buildup of our pipes. And every loop, some water is lost to evaporative cooling, right? It evaporates. So slowly the chemicals start to build up and up and up, and eventually the chemicals are too concentrated and you can no longer use the water and you have to blow it down and replace it with what's called makeup water. And this is often the largest water consumer in buildings. It's a very efficient way to cool the air, but it also uses a lot of water. So what's the solution? The solution, the easiest way, is to manage the water's chemical content. Right at the beginning, see and try to minimize the water's existing chemical content. Because if it starts low, it can do, 10 or 20 loops around the building instead of 2 or 3 before being replaced. Or avoid potable water use. Maybe you can use air conditioning condensate or rainwater collected off your roof if it's tested. Every single credit, the goal is to use less potable water. Okay. Geothermal pumps and heat exchangers instead of cooling towers. Yeah, so that's definitely possible, and we're going to talk about that in our next category of energy. And yes, so the water meters for this one are for pretty much wherever you're using irrigation water. That's pretty much how that works. You put a meter on any place where you're going to be using irrigation water. All right, now for energy and atmosphere, everybody. This is our next credit category, my favorite one. So it's going to be your favorite, maybe. And it is where the most points lie. It has to do with where the energy comes from and how efficiently we use it in the building. That's this category. But first off, we see Canada, where I'm from. We're the best. We're number 1. We use the most energy per person in the world, so we're the worst. Don't worry, the US is close behind. Look at the gap between North America and the rest of the world. We are so far ahead, or more appropriately behind. Why? It's pretty simple factors. It gets really cold here and it gets really hot here. Thankfully, a lot of people have access to energy and electricity. Also, there's a lot of natural resources, and relative costs of energy, although they don't seem low, they are very low here. And because of those three factors, right? Extreme temperature, cheap and available energy, it's this. We're not afraid to use it. We use a ton of it to meet our demands. And how you look at this and I look at this every day is, what a time to be alive. We will never be further behind than we are now. So lucky us, this is the easiest time to catch up because we'll never be this bad again. So that's how you should look at it too. There's your Canadian optimism. Thank you. You're welcome. Our category here of energy and atmosphere. There are 4 prerequisites and 4 credits that correspond. So just like water, there's 4 pairs here. So it's not as much as it looks like there is. And the first pair prereq and credit we'll talk about is commissioning. Commissioning, if you've never heard of what a commissioning agent or authority does, you gotta get to know it now because it's pretty much a part of our construction environment nowadays. So we just talked about this. Owners are paying a premium. Owners are paying a premium for these high efficient systems. They're often very unique and very specialized equipment. And in real life, I've seen it myself. Sometimes the designer or a subcontractor has never dealt with them. They've never even seen the system. And we run the risk of something being installed improperly, and there goes your savings. So to stop that, we hire what's called a commissioning agent or authority. This is hired directly by the owner, who is an unbiased third party to oversee and who has had experience with similar systems on similar buildings, and they're just there to oversee to make sure these unique systems and high performance systems will be planned, designed, installed, tested, and operated, maintained like they're supposed to be, so that they'll work like they're supposed to work, so that the owner will get a bang for their buck and a high return on their investment, because that's one of the main reasons they paid for these equipment. You have to commission for the prerequisite once. In the 4 systems you need to are your HVAC and R, heating, ventilation, air conditioning, and refrigeration, lighting and daylighting, domestic hot water, and renewables if you have any. Commission them once. But for the credit, if you already have a commissioning agent on site, you might as well get up to 6 points in the credit of enhanced commissioning. And it's just doing a much more detailed job. So you are going through commissioning before contractor submittals, again after 10 months of substantial construction completion, and on an ongoing basis. Even training is important, because just like the subcontractors, your facility manager may have never used this equipment too. So you need to train the facility manager so that building can continue to operate near its design case efficiency. There's also 2 out of those 6 points now for our envelope commissioning, because a painful source of energy loss is pure human error. If there's any kind of thermal bridge or break in our vapor barriers, like that's just lost energy that you can never get back. So that's just one thing I wanted to mention about commissioning. And look at this guy's shirt, unreal choice. Commissioning is becoming more and more mandatory in Texas. For years in every city, they've had mandatory commissioning requirements, mainly because their cooling loads are so high. But we're going to see commissioning mandated very soon, in my opinion. We're already seeing it now. Okay. So that was commissioning. Now we got minimum energy performance with optimized energy performance as the credit. So this is the exact same style of the water usage. What percentage is it used now? Well, definitely every LEED building. So I think it's really just a state by state kind of requirement. Pretty much any building that even any developer that thinks about going for LEED are already commissioning their buildings. Don't have the exact percentage, but I'll just throw out a random number of 18%. I'm not sure. But definitely increasing. And I'm sure we'll soon be at every building above like 10,000 square feet has to be commissioned. It's really a no-brainer. It's one of those things that if you don't do it, you stand so much more to lose, because you spend so much money on these high efficiency systems that those savings just go out the drain if something's installed improperly. Okay, so this credit is massive. So listen up. It's where all of our energy points go, all of our energy efficiency points go. So just like in water, we compared our building to the EPA Act of 92 or 05. In energy, we have to compare ourselves to a baseline too. And in LEED, we use ASHRAE, the American Society of Heating, Refrigerating, and Air Conditioning Engineers. Say it 10 times fast. If you have not heard of ASHRAE, you should get to know them. They're very important. They're really useful. They have a lot of cool chapters everywhere in the world and produce a lot of great reports and studies. ASHRAE even has their own rating system focused more on energy called ASHRAE 189.1. And LEED uses a few of their big standards. This ASHRAE 90.1 is the most important one of them all because it's how we are going to compare our energy efficiency to a baseline situation. Now, side note, in Canada, we have our own. We have our own version of ASHRAE, the NECB. China has their own. India has their own. And they can be used interchangeably. It's what's called a LEED alternative compliance path. However, the savings, no matter what baseline you use, your efficiency always is the same per point. So it all levels out. It's just like a personal preference. But for the exam, you do not look at any other standards outside of the American ones, okay? The US ones are the ones that are going to come up on the exam, like the EPA Act and the ASHRAEs. You're for sure going to see them. So that's the ones to know and focus on. There are two different ways to compare our building to an ASHRAE 90.1 version of ourselves. And option 2 is a prescriptive path. And it's pretty much saying if you do X, Y, Z, you get 5 points max. That option is only used for the rare occasion where a building cannot be modeled for some weird case. 95% of the time, you are modeling your building. Anyone ever worked with an energy modeling software? If you want to type one out, please do. They are very useful. I'll name a few off. The more popular ones are one called eQuest. In Canada, it's called CanQuest. And these are free tools that you can download. Yeah, Red Screen's good too. Energy Plus on Open Studio is really helpful, or Design Builder. IES is another one, but it's really expensive, so I don't like it. Revit has a plugin called Ecotech. Rhino has a plugin called Diva. There's plenty of softwares out there, but they all do the same thing. It's modeling our energy usage. Daylighting will be in 72 minutes. It's like the last credit. Now, how this works, everybody, if you can look up, this is a model that I did a while ago now. Holy smokes. So this is a building in Toronto, and essentially you need to build the model and use the ASHRAE standards and specifications just like we did with water. So first off, put in the building location data. Like, is it in Toronto or LA? Very different climates. How is it oriented? What's the window to wall ratio? How many floors is it? Essentially, you build the architecture of the structure inside the model, and then you go to ASHRAE and you plug in all the baseline stats. ASHRAE says to use this R value for the wall, roof, floors, insulation, U value for the windows, lighting, heating, boiling, cooling system efficiencies. Once you plug them in, you run the model with the guts as the ASHRAE prescription, and it says it uses this much energy. And just like in water, again, this is the number we have to beat. That's what you have to do. and you run hundreds of iterations to do so. Just think about the room you're in. I'm thinking about the room I'm in. I have one window in this room. What kind of window and where I place that window and the size of that window are an infinite amount of combinations that would affect the overall building's energy performance. So working with the future tenants and really understanding everybody's goals and needs whilst also optimizing the energy performance of the building is a tough balancing act from the energy modeler. And it's big gains. A 5% reduction of energy usage from ASHRAE is the mandatory prerequisite. And then we go all the way up to 54% for 19 points. That's halfway to a LEED certified building in one single credit. Because this is where you save the most money. This is where you reduce the most greenhouse gas emissions. And those are two huge pillars of LEED. Now, in terms of costs, commissioning, to give you an idea what that brings to a project, about $40,000 to $60,000 per project. Energy modeling is about 10 to 20 grand per project. In Toronto, you need to have a preliminary energy model for your building permit on a larger structure. And I'm sure other cities will follow that too. And then the third cost is the LEED consultant and all the documentation and the certification and registration review fees. And that's usually about another 50 grand. So we just talked about commissioning, modeling, and LEED consulting at about 100 grand total. That's a drop in a building budget's bucket. And you should be doing modeling and commissioning anyway in 2021. So now we're just at 50 grand for little old me, the LEED consultant. It's nothing. Where the actual costs for a LEED building come and the premiums are the building systems that are highly efficient that you need to use to get to that level of building performance. But as an owner, I see a lot of them say, wait, so you're just telling me that money is going towards giving me a better building that's going to use less energy, that's going to attract higher quality rents and tenants? I'm not that afraid to pay that extra money into giving me a higher quality asset. So people love just saying, oh, LEED and just costs money out there. A better building costs a little more money, yes. Once it's there, getting it LEED certified is really not a crazy cost. So that's something I like to keep in mind. So same thing we had for water, but now for energy metering. So building level energy metering. Yeah, no, Bill, that's a big question. So I am not great at modeling. I'll be honest. That was probably the last model I did in 2012. But a couple of my friends are full-time energy modelers. Like that's all they do all day. So it really depends on how your baseline is structured. So sometimes you can, reduce the size or change the actual shape of it. But often it's what kind of window are you putting there, and then the overall window to wall ratio as compared to a baseline window to wall ratio for an average building in that area. But it's kind of like a full different course for energy modeling, which I can send you some more information on some cool readings after class. But I'm not going to go too much deeper than that into it. But it's a good question, Bill. So building level energy metering is our next one. So in water, we had somebody charging us for water. Somebody's charging us for energy every month. Now, natural gas and electricity are usually the only two forms of energy. Ask your utility providers for access to the meters already here or install our own and submit that monthly data to the USGBC every 5 years. So again, this is super easy to do. The corresponding credit is a little more involved, advanced energy metering. So smart meters, maybe you don't know what they are, but they are highly accurate, and we ask that smart meters be placed on your 10% or larger items that consume energy more than 10% of the overall building. So the largest consumers of our buildings, everybody, is heating, cooling, lighting, and probably plug loads nowadays. So if you can meter all these very closely, and smart meters can take energy consumption data to the hour, minute, or second, almost in real time. And if you get this data and you're able to analyze where the energy is being misused, you can analyze it and optimize it by plugging it into what's called a building automation system and optimize your building to act and perform near its design case efficiency. And in the last 10 years, with the whole Internet of Things revolution, hardware is really cheap now, and there's a lot of different alternative smart meters that hopefully we can use more. Because in North America, one thing we really stink at is actually running our buildings near their design case efficiency. Okay. A couple questions. Cass, I'm going to go on a rant about green buildings when we talk about daylight shortly. So hold on to your hat for that. I hate glass boxes. Yeah, it's crazy. We'll save that for later. To confirm, every prerequisite must be met by every LEED building, regardless if they choose the credit. Correct. So no matter what, and that's the idea, is to at least have a base amount of doing something good in energy and then moving on. That's the idea. With so many people working from home, energy consumption must be down. I know it was a huge dip in early on during COVID, but I think we've almost caught up to where we were. We just are using the energy in different places now, Jennifer, I think. But there's definitely some benefits to more working from home. So Sanchi asked the question, what does USGBC do with the meter readings? So nothing yet. I think they're just using it for a little more analysis. And I think eventually they're going to say, if your building is performing X% worse than you said it would, you might have to do some improvements for the older LEED buildings. Also, shout out to Sanchi. She is my best and only colleague, and she is the reason why a lot of you have heard about this course, and she's even sitting in the course because she has to do the exam too. So hi, Sanchi. Say everybody hi. Thank you. Good. So refrigerants are the next prerequisite, and if you don't know how they work or what they're supposed to do, they're in heat pumps, and they're really efficient at carrying heat inside and outside of the building. So in the summertime, they dump heat out. In the wintertime, they bring heat in. And historically, they're terrible for the environment for two reasons. They have a high ozone depletion potential. These refrigerants leak, and then they go up to our atmosphere, and they hang out there because they have a long atmospheric life and slowly deplete our ozone. So that's the number one reason they're bad. The number two reason is if it's inefficient, you have to burn a lot of fossil fuels to get the same amount of heating and cooling as you would versus an efficient refrigerant, and that creates more greenhouse gases. So the most popular refrigerant was chlorofluorocarbons, and I'm sure y'all have heard of Freon in your life. Freon is almost all by itself responsible for the holes in our ozone, and it's banned. For any new building constructed after 2010, you cannot use CFCs under what many countries signed called the Montreal Protocol of 1987. HCFCs are a little bit better. They have a lower ODP, but they're being phased out by 2030. And HFCs are okay. They just have a higher GWP. Like I use HFC 134A as an example of some of the projects I worked on, which is fine. There's also halocarbons, which are refrigerants in our fire suppression systems. There's natural refrigerants, like air and water can provide cooling. So for example, in Toronto, and Chicago has this too, it's called the N-Wave deep water cooling system. You probably see it on, I think it's on Lakeshore in Chicago, and it's on Lake Richmond in Toronto. So we pump very deep lake water that's cold all year round, and we use that to help cool off some of our downtown core buildings, which is pretty cool. Thank you. I don't know why, but the Green Associate exam always asks like 3 questions on refrigerants. So I'll show you the end of the textbook, a short little document that LEED puts out that tells you everything you need to know about refrigerants, but that'll be later, okay? So again, for the prerequisite, all the requirement is no CFCs, which guess what? It's banned in our countries, usually Canada and the US right here. So you meet this one automatically, okay? The credit, however, enhanced refrigerant management. This is our credit. says no harmful refrigerants at all. In the Northeast where I'm at, good luck. It's possible, but it's very difficult. On the West Coast, look at the Bay Area. Consistent, predictable, moderate temperature. It's always sweater weather, lucky them. And I've seen buildings passively cool way easier and have no air conditioning system and be perfectly fine in the hottest days in the summer. But this is harder depending on where you're at. Yeah, for sure. Some of them are carcinogenic. Absolutely, absolutely. You are right. And so that is a point of banning those ODPs, banning the CFCs and the HCFCs. You got it. Okay, everybody, so that was 4 prerequisites with 4 corresponding credits. Now we're going to go into our last 3 credits that are all on their own. And the first one deals with this chart. And everybody, in my opinion, this chart is the biggest challenge we face in our energy dilemma today. We love using energy the exact same time, right now. In the heat of the summer's day, we're all awake, we're just doing stuff, consuming energy, and that creates these unpredictable peaks in energy demand. And how we meet these unpredictable heights are with these reserve things called peaker plants. Peaker plants are good for one reason only. They have a quick startup time and they meet our demand right away. They are also the most expensive, polluting, and inefficient way to generate energy, and we should never ever use them if we can avoid it. So, a solution you all might be thinking about, why not just generate a bunch of off-peak energy here, store it, save it, use it on peak, you flatten the generation curve out, you solve the problem, you are right. You are also aware that energy storage is still the biggest mystery to us. We cannot figure it out. The most efficient way, believe it or not, is the original way of pumping water up a hill off peak at night and running it down to turn a turbine during the day. That's the best way we got. I'm sure somebody will create some new technology. You know, batteries are getting there, but they're still not, in my opinion, not the solution yet, at least the technologies we have right now. Yeah, you got it. There's a lot of embodied energy with lithium. So we really got to balance the pros and cons of all these different these different options that we have. And I don't think we have created the technology that will solve this storage problem, but if you come up with something, give me a call and we'll become billionaires immediately. But while you're working on that, a alternative solution to just deal with minimizing the height of the peak, and I love this, is called a demand response program. 5-10 years ago, nobody had heard of this in my classes. Now a lot of people have. Currently, how it works is I'm going to explain this in an example. You're my utility provider. You're my electricity provider. I own this building. We have an agreement that says during the hottest days in August, when everybody in town is cranking up their AC, we have a demand response agreement that says you can send my building a signal and automatically my building has to react and shed 10% of its energy demand for 2 hours. Okay? So my building has to be designed to allow for that. My building has to receive the signal and, turn off a decorative projection feature that I don't need. Dim some lights. Up the temperature globally inside by 1 degree for 2 hours, you'll get that 10% savings and you're done. So it's not like unlivable that we're asking here. And the best part about it is not only do I get 2 points for enrolling in that contract, you pay me as the utility provider. What? Like, how counterintuitive is that? Can you name me an industry in the world where the seller of a product, energy, is paying the consumer to use less of the product that they're selling? Like, what? That's backwards, right? But that just speaks volumes to what I said earlier. Even the energy providers know how much more expensive it is to generate a new kilowatt hour of energy than it is to use less, which is a theme of mine of reducing consumption. And this is just proof in the pudding. I like this credit, if you couldn't tell. Okay. So that was demand response. What I really hope that happens the next 10 years is like right now, Actually, good example, like Apple's new iOS feature on their phone, you have to like opt in to be tracked by God knows who. Whereas demand response programs, right now you have to opt in. It would be awesome if new contracts with utility companies just come with this demand response program attached to it, and you have to opt out because people would be using it a lot more. And often they probably won't even notice a difference, and they would really help our grid. So I'm hoping that's what happens, but people who make policy are not me. Now, renewable energy production is our next one, and this is all about on-site renewables, okay? So solar, photovoltaic, wind, tidal, geothermal, on-site. And the interesting part about this credit is it's based on the dollar amount of usable energy. So, for example, if I had PV on this roof and I'm the only one using the energy in the building and it's a sunny day, what do I do with that excess electricity it's generating? I don't want to store it and wait for people to come in on Monday. We just talked about storage being inefficient. Most places we have smart grids, net metering, which allows us to immediately sell the electricity right back to the grid, and it meets the closest demand nearby. If that's us, it just comes back to our building or it goes to our neighbor's building. Because the faster you use generated electricity, the more efficient it can be used. And so let's say in this example, my solar PV generates $10,000 worth of usable energy, and my building's energy model uses 100 grand worth of energy. That 10 over 100 will get us 10%. Oh yeah, Iceland is totally geothermal, very definitely. In Ontario and Quebec, we're lucky to have so much hydro availability, um, but that's on the bigger scale for sure. So good question to reach. So nuclear, while it doesn't create a lot of greenhouse gas emissions, it is not considered renewable in LEED. So that is a good question. You know, I have my own opinions on nuclear. You know, other than the waste, I think the biggest problem with nuclear is the cost. Like people don't take into account how much it costs to maintain a nuclear facility, especially with dropping solar and wind. Um, Kinematic energy from walking. So like tying a turbine to a treadmill. Uh, Not yet, not yet. Yeah, absolutely. There's a ton of embodied energy. We've achieved fusion. We achieve fusion. We get 1 kilowatt hour more than if we get 1,000,001 out of putting in 1,000,000. So we did it. Oh, look at this. Look at this beautiful picture. This is a PV panel I worked at before I started traveling 10 years ago, and now I look like this. Thank you very much. Green power and carbon offsets is our next one. So this is off-site renewable energy. So listen to this. We're in Manhattan or wherever we are. I'm in LA, and I'm sick of getting my power from that renewable, from that coal plant. You know what? I'm even willing to pay an extra cent per kilowatt hour to get my energy from a green E supplier. Green E is the standard by Center for Resource Solutions, the CRS, that says, yup, that is a wind farm. Yup, that is a solar PV array. And although, and now that I'm paying an extra cent per kilowatt hour, I've diverted my investment away from fossil fuels towards renewable basis, and hopefully give them a more investment, bigger chance to become more efficient and compete at our oil and gas near monopoly. So that's the case when you're close enough to a renewable facility. But what if you're not? You know, in New York City and Manhattan, there's no wind farms there. So what you do is buy a REC, an REC, maybe you've heard of it, maybe not. It's a renewable energy certificate. It's a tradable commodity. You're literally trading money for energy because you're not close enough to a renewable, okay? So I'm just gonna show you in a picture. I'm not gonna go into too much detail because you don't need to understand it, just a very surface level amount. We're in New York, right? The only option we have is coal, fine. But there's this building in Oklahoma that's next to coal and wind. But they don't care where they want to get their power from. They're going to pay the cheap coal. We want the wind, but you know we're just way too far away. So in this situation, I buy an REC, a renewable energy certificate, which in the background, I buy it on the open energy market. But in the background, what it does, it says, hey, Oklahoma, I'll pay the extra cent per kilowatt hour for you to stop using coal and start using wind, but you'll pay for my cheap coal that I'm using. So yes, everybody, I know we're not directly using the wind, but in this case, you got to think about the good on the grand scheme of things. You're doing the same good. You're offsetting somebody somewhere the same amount of coal usage who are now using wind. That's how this works, okay? And don't try to read into it much more. It'll confuse you unless you are interested in it. Now, those are two ways of mitigating scope 2 emissions, defined by off-site emissions through green power and RECs. Are there projects in cities like New York to bring renewables to dense urban areas? I'm seeing more solar, but that's often one of the few options. I saw this one experiment of trying to hang a wind turbine in between two buildings, which is a good idea, but I don't think it's very realistic. So I'm seeing more and more solar for sure. So yeah, scope 1 emissions are on-site emissions from like on-site emissions from like burning natural gas in your heat plant on your site. And we buy carbon offsets to deal with those. Carbon offsets essentially say, hey, I'll take your money, an organization, and I'll plant a forest or do some kind of capture technique that reduces carbon equal to what I'm producing. Everybody, this credit in real life is kept in my back pocket. When the owner comes to me and says, oh, Lauren, I lost 1 point I thought I was going to get, I'll say, okay, don't worry, give me 8 grand, we'll buy an REC. Obviously, I do not like buying credits. This is not why I'm here, and this is one of the only ones you can do that with. And at least it does some good for a point. That's how I like to look at this one. Okay. So everybody, we are going to take a break. It's 3:50 or 10 to. So just a quick recap, everybody, what we've done so far today. We talked about why LEED exists, its purpose, where it came from, who runs the show in the background. We went into the integrated design process of really working together with all stakeholders. Went into location, where the building is, transportation, how people will get to the building, sustainable sites, looking at protecting during construction, site assessment, protect or restore habitat, open space, rainwater, heat on effect, light pollution, water efficiency inside and outside to reduce potable water use, and energy, where it comes from, refrigerants, commissioning, and just the efficiency of our building. That's the point we're at so far. Now, materials and resources, everybody. This is a category that was completely revamped from version 3 to version 4. And it's the category that everybody has the most difficulty with on the actual exam. So I would like you to make a mental note that this is one you should focus on a lot, because it's not very big, but the credits are kind of confusing. So I'm going to do my best to give you a nice intro, but this is one that I would like you to really focus on in the textbook and when you're studying, and I'll send a couple other resources too. It made a lot of drama in the LEED world because it asked manufacturers to be more transparent about their environmental impacts, and like plastics manufacturers and some other ones really pushed back hard. And this category actually delayed LEED version 4 a couple of years, and the American Chemical Association sat with the USGBC and figured out some more efficient ways and different ways for reporting for these manufacturers. So that's your LEED news for the day. This category, by the way, focuses on how the materials are extracted, how they are manufactured into the products we use, and then where they go at the end of the life. That's this whole category. First off, we have a very easy prerequisite, which is called storage and collection of recyclables. And it's super easy. LEED says essentially, hey, if you want your occupants to recycle throughout the life of the building, you better make it easy to do it. That's it. Make it easy to recycle. Have a designated area to recycle paper, cardboard, glass, plastics, and metals, and 2 of these hazardous items below. I don't care how it's done. It can be in separate bins like here below, or you can have one big commingled bin of recycling and it's separated off site. The easier it is to recycle, the more likely people will do it, is the attitude that this prerequisite, looks at. So that's our first prerequisite. Second prerequisite dealing with construction waste. Some parts of North America have 40% of our construction waste being completely filled with construction debris, which is crazy. Look, whether you're knocking down an old building to replace it or you're building a new building, you generate a ton of garbage. And what this prerequisite is asking is just to at least have a plan for all that debris by identifying your top 5 waste items and what diversion rates are away from the landfill. That's the purpose here. But in the prerequisite, your diversion rates can be 0%. That means you can send everything to the landfill, you just need to report it. With the idea of, if you're already going through the effort to make the plan, why not have that plan actually divert 50% of the waste away from the landfill to 3 different waste streams? And we don't care too much about where it goes, but any of these work as well. You can reuse the items on your new building. You can just generally recycle them. You can sell them to a reuse market. You can even donate it to Habitat for Humanity. We're just trying to avoid filling up our landfills. Okay. So that's our first credit which goes with the prerequisite of construction waste. And this is how you document it. You get your poor lead intern like me 12 years ago to add up all the wood and concrete and metals recycled, sum up the total recycled from the total waste. This is what went to the landfill. And you see our percentage diverted is 80% plus for 2 points. So this credit is easy now. Almost all waste haulers are set up to comply with this. It's just a matter of making a contract with them and following through. So that's how this one works now, okay? Our next credit is a tough one, and it's called Building Life Cycle Impact Reduction. And so how this one works is there's 4 different options, and essentially they're all trying to reduce energy and waste associated with demolition and encourage reuse and optimizing of our materials that we build with. So there are 4 options to do that. The first option is simple, reusing a historically designated building. So if it's already historically designated, you're probably going to be reusing it anyway because you're mandated by regulation to do so. So you can get 5 points by working with a historic building and all the challenges that come with it. Option 2 is an abandoned or blighted building. So like a manufacturing plant that's just sitting there, hasn't been used in 10 years, let's say. Don't just straight away knock it all down. You got to analyze it. See what parts are structurally intact because you can potentially reuse a lot of it. And that's our second option. And the third option that is the most common and flexible one is building and material reuse. So it looks at the structural elements you can reuse, from framing to wall, roof, floor, to non-structural, ceiling systems, flooring systems, doors. And based on the surface area of each item you are reusing as a percentage of total, you can get up to 4 points. This is the hardest credit in the entire rating system, in my opinion. It is not easy to reuse parts of an old building on the new building and get everyone what they want in that new structure. However, I've seen it done well a couple times. You just need to have a really good, dedicated team that are on the same page and know that this has to be done, even to get 2 points. So that's this credit. The fourth option is new. I've never really seen it being used yet. It's essentially a life cycle analysis standard to follow. It's like a prescriptive standard to follow, where you are describing how your building reduces 3 of these 6 impact categories, which you don't need to memorize, but you should be able to recognize them even just in general life. That just associate these are bad. We don't want to contribute to global warming potential: stratospheric ozone, acidification, eutrophication, tropospheric ozone, and depletion of renewables. Or non-renewable, sorry. So you don't need to know too much about that option. Option 3 is the most common one for it. And this is a tough credit to even get 2 points in my experience. There's one cool building Loblaws is a big grocer in Canada, and their original store downtown, they're converting it into their new mixed-use head office and reusing every bit of masonry from 150 years ago. So that's a cool project I haven't worked on, but I've been following. Okay, switching gears, everybody. Our next 3 credits are in this building product disclosure and optimization category. All right. So, sorry, there's a question from Bill. Is there any concern in the end use of the new building? Like what it's being used for? I don't really understand that question. Da, da, da. In the other categories, the use of the building is going to be a lot more pertinent than this one. This one's more where the materials are coming from for it. But in the next 3 credits, maybe this will answer your question. So I'll go through it and come back. These 3 credits, the onus is not on us. The onus is on the manufacturers to responsibly and sustainably make the products, and the onus is on us to find and buy those products that meet these credits, okay? Now note there is no LEED certified product. That is not the right term. LEED certifies buildings. However, LEED piggybacks, as I said, off of smaller standards like we're gonna find here that certify products and incorporate them, okay? So just a note. All right, now the next 3 credits are partially based on the cost of materials and a percentage of that cost. So for ease, we're just going to say that all of our materials cost $100,000, okay? And that only includes permanently installed materials, and MEP and furniture are optional. Mechanical, electrical, plumbing is what MEP stands for. Why that's optional? There's one elevator right here, and it's costs like 60 grand, which is such a high percentage of the 100. It can really skew and mess with our results. I'll show you. Now, the next 3 credits also have this important factor, which deals with how much we love chopping down trees in North America, shipping them halfway across the world to manufacture something, and then all the way back here to buy and use. The transportation impact from emissions when we do that is crazy. It's crazy. So LEED asks us to locally source our materials, which is defined by extracting, manufacturing, and purchasing them within 100 miles of our site. Okay? You need to know all 3. I've had a lot of people have questions on the exam. What 3 do you need to do? And you need to know that it's extracted, manufactured, and purchased within 100 miles of my site. So in Toronto, the example, I'll extract the raw material in Buffalo, I'll manufacture it in Rochester, I'll send it back to Hamilton where I'm buying it, and then I'm going to use it in Toronto. Thus, you are supporting your local economy and reducing unnecessary transportation emissions. And the materials that fit this requirement will be worth twice their actual value, because we'll see that when they're worth more as a percentage of our 100 grand base cost, they'll contribute to points quicker. I'll show you. Now, the first credit in this manufacturing BPDO umbrella, building product disclosure and optimization, is called EPDs, which you probably never heard of, which is fine. Environmental product declarations is a cradle to gate report on analyzing the sustainability of the manufacturing. So cradle refers to the point after extraction of raw material, and we follow it until it leaves the factory's gates. That's cradle to gate. And in this time frame, the manufacturer needs to report how they reduce things like emissions released to air, soil, water, waste generated, chemicals used. But again, this is not our responsibility. The manufacturer is meeting these requirements. We, the builder, have to buy 20 products from 5 manufacturers stamped with that EPDs. You don't need to know the numbers, just give you an idea. Now, these credits also have a cost basis metric. So option 2 says 50% by cost, or $50,000 in our example. So that's 50%, that's 50 grand, or only $25,000 if they're all locally sourced, right? Because if they're locally sourced, then they're worth double. Need to show in a report how those materials reduced 3 of these same 6 impact categories we had last credit in our building life cycle impact reduction, which again, you don't have to memorize, but you should be able to recognize. So that's how we use this 100 grand figure to calculate the credits. You know, you won't be asked to do that. I just want you to understand that's how it works, because these credits are the most confusing in my opinion because they're all new. Sourcing of raw materials is our next credit. Okay. So now we're just focusing on how the raw material was extracted. So did it come from a clear-cut forest, or did we selectively cut it properly and sustainably? Did we strip mine and leave that in ruins, or remediate the mine after extraction of that raw material? And for this one, we need 20 products from 5 manufacturers coming with a corporate sustainability report explaining how the extraction process was sustainable and responsible. You got it. The cost-based alternative, right? There's one that's a product-based option, one that's a cost-based option. And I saw someone mention extended producer responsibility. So for this one, it's 25%, which is $25,000 of our materials have to meet one of these standards. Let's take a look. Extended producer responsibility, number 1. Easy example, you're my battery supplier. Buy your batteries, use them on my building's equipment, they die. We agreed though, you'll buy them back, recharge the old ones, sell them elsewhere, and give me new replacements. So you're extending the life of that product. Bio-based materials are encouraged, not including skin or hide. LEED uses 2 sustainable wood certifications now. FSC, which stands for Forest Stewardship Council wood, or Sustainable Forest Initiative wood, SFI wood. That comes with a chain of custody that tells you at each point how it was sustainably curated. Materials reuse. Maybe the building next door is getting knocked down and we can buy all their doors and salvage them for our new doors. Another good idea. And lastly, recycled content. There's 2 kinds. Post-consumer recycled content, that's the stuff you're familiar with. The orange juice carton, drink it, recycle it. Pre-consumer recycled content is like excess or damaged goods in a factory. Some mistake happened, and instead of throwing them out, they repurpose them into an alternative product. You don't need to know these percentages, but essentially what this is saying is 100% of the post-consumer recycled content counts toward the credit because it was actually used for its end life purpose, whereas pre-consumer only 50% of the cost because it was just a mistake in the factory essentially. But you don't need to know those. You know, a little side note of why LEED has been as successful as it has been, even without getting Lady Gaga to advertise it. Why owners have adopted it so much is because of these numbers. Just really the numbers. Developers and owners look at LEED buildings compared to conventional buildings. And when you look at them, LEED buildings sell and rent at premiums from 2% higher to 20% higher than the conventional building. LEED buildings have higher occupancy rates. Their tenants stick with them longer, giving them a more robust building, and the building appreciates faster. All very attractive things for developers and owners of buildings. And one interesting thing after the 2008 financial crisis, the Great Recession, whatever you want to call it, LEED buildings occupancy rates and conventional building occupancy rates start at the same level. But after the 2008 crisis, you'll see that LEED buildings maintained their occupancy rates a lot better. The reason for that, and what this shows me, is LEED buildings attract higher quality tenants that are better run businesses that can survive downturns in the economy often, giving you a more robust building. And I don't know what's going to happen after the pandemic. There's too many factors at play, but you'll probably see something similar. So that's why developers and owners have adopted LEED. Then we, designers, builders, consultants, environmental people, we use LEED as a way to say, hey, we got these special services we can offer you to build them. And then it's all the way down to the manufacturers say, hey, pick me, my product. I can get you that LEED point because I am certified with that standard. So it's like this big sustainable marketing ladder from the biggest developers to the littlest suppliers. Okay. So Rachel asked if there's statistics about the economics brackets of tenants of LEED buildings. I don't think there are those stats, unfortunately, but it would be interesting, maybe on a much smaller basis. And there's some stats. I did my little undergraduate thesis on comparing the financial empirical evidence of green buildings compared to conventional buildings, and there's not a lot of research on it. This university in the Netherlands called Maastricht, they have a couple of people like Peter Koch and a couple other researchers that have, I think, the best evidence of LEED buildings from an economic standpoint. I've just learned the hard way over the years that economics really drive it. And LEED, the nice thing about LEED is you're doing good for the planet, and the sell to developers is the economic benefit. So you can hit both and the social side too, which is why I'm so passionate about LEED, because it really does a good job, and it's not impossible. Yeah, no problem. Materials ingredients. This is the one that really made manufacturers go up in arms, because I'm asking to like a very high percentage of accuracy of what the ingredients are in the products that we're buying to put in the building. We want to know what we're putting in our building, essentially. So option one says we can buy products that have a material ingredients reporting, but the manufacturing following one of these standards. Optimize the ingredients that are used, or rather avoiding used by one of these standards, or optimize the whole supply chain. There's like a list of 10 standards in each of these. The one I've seen come up the most is green screen, and I'd like you to take note of that, which I highlighted there, just to know that it deals with this credit. Yes, so it is a little confusing. So how you should look at this is just like an this is the umbrella. So the next 3 credits are in building product disclosure and optimization. So that's like, you should think of that as the title of these next 3 credits. And then BPDO include EPDs, include sourcing of raw materials, and include material ingredients. It's just a way that they labeled it, Rachel. Yeah. So is it 176 minutes that I thought I'd be talking about the COVID credits? Maybe. Let's go with yes, I was right on. So, LEED obviously tries to keep up with the times. It is challenging because new versions are hard to come up with and get approved and then get into mandate. Like, I think they wanted to target like 5 years between versions, but it's been really hard to do. And with COVID, that pushed back version 4.1. Thanks, John. These aren't going to be on the exam. I just wanted to show you some of these optional credits which have come up. So things like cleaning and disinfecting your space, re-entering your workspace. A lot of these buildings had just water sitting idle, which can really make your plumbing really sick and your building sick. So re-entering the building and recommissioning that water, pandemic planning. And so I just wanted to share a few of these with you. As a designer, we were learning about materials and surfaces that can repel the virus, like copper. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, that's super interesting. Thank you, Jennifer. And I'm just putting this because recently a few questions have come up about green cleaning. So green cleaning, everybody, is only in LEED for operations and maintenance. And we'll talk about it a little bit later. But there's been questions about what are the standards. So I would like you to know pretty much all of these standards here, but the main ones that green cleaning is covered by Ecologo and EPA's Safer Choice. And that's just why I added this in the last year, just because I've seen some questions. Okay, this is on your slides, right? Couple nods. Okay, perfect, good. I'm glad. Now, you do not need to know this credit. It's an example, and I've used this for 10 years, and it's never been more relevant than today. So this is just one for hospitals. So just one for healthcare. It's called designing for flexibility. So the idea is if you have a hospital you're building, and initially you can have it be designed to be flexible to adapt to future needs, that's ideal because hospitals need to change. Look, demographics change around hospitals, which change its needs all the time. We have new technologies that we need to make room for. We have new diseases. I mean, this is really sad, but like right now in COVID, our ICUs are filled up in Toronto, like completely. And potentially, if you could design for flexibility, like, and do things like oversized hallways, use a lot of modular equipment where you can move certain things around and extend the ICU, that could potentially save lives. Maybe don't build a green roof because you could never build on top of it if you wanted to expand up. So while you don't need to know this credit, you need to understand that this one is just for healthcare. And then there's a few just for retail, for data centers, for warehouses. And each of these just have a few unique credits like this pertaining to their own building type. Okay, so that's really what I want you to understand. Moving on. So that WELL certification that I was mentioning before, it's pretty much this category expanded to a big rating system. So this is where the indoor environmental quality is all talked about. Listen to this funny analysis. In our office building, the one that we built, we're running it now. On average, I'd say it costs a couple bucks per square foot per year for energy to run the building. Maybe 20 bucks per square foot per year we're paying to rent that office space out. But the people, you and me, if you added up all the salaries and benefits of the humans inside that building working, the employees, and you took that big number of salaries and benefits and divided it by the same floor area, we're getting paid equivalently of $300+ square foot per year, per square foot per year. That's 10 times more than rent. That's over 100 times more than energy. What I'm trying to get at is we, the people, are the most valuable part of the building when you boil everything down like this. And where we come into the discussion is this category, indoor environmental quality, focusing on people's comfort, health, breathable air, and our productivity. Look, this sounds crude, but we already commissioned the energy system so they work efficiently. Well, the people are worth 100 times more than the energy used. Let's commission the people. And what I mean by that is I want the highest level of productivity and quality of work if I'm paying you so much money to get it done. And the only way we builders can try to help that happen is to have people as happy, comfortable, productive, and healthy as can be. And that is this category. Because we spent 90% of our life indoors before the pandemic. I don't even want to know what that number is. And indoor pollutants are often way higher than the outdoors, which we need to address. Densely occupied space, if that term comes up, it's referring to a space that has more than 25 people per 1,000 square foot area. Somebody asked a question about VOCs. I think it was Cass. No, that was the 167 minute. And I nailed it. I don't remember when it was asked. We'll analyze it later for points. VOCs, if you don't know what those are, we don't like VOCs. They are in paints and they're in adhesives and they continuously off gas and pollute the indoor air quality. Bad VOCs, no bueno. And there's also different spaces in a building. Like this is a regularly occupied space, a classroom, whereas the bathroom and the mechanical room are not regularly occupied. So we have different spaces with different requirements that we're going to get into. Alrighty, here's our first prerequisite, and this is one that's talked about a ton with COVID, increasing our air changes per hour, increasing our fresh air intake. We want that. Where do we look to? We look at ASHRAE 62.1. This is our second major ASHRAE standard. And what it says is either naturally or mechanically bring in this much fresh air based on the size of your building and your expected amount of occupants. This is the amount of cubic feet of fresh air you need to bring in per minute. Okay, that's it. Our first prerequisite, ASHRAE 62.1, mandatory fresh air ventilation rate requirement. That's how this one works. Second prerequisite is environmental tobacco smoke control. Nowadays, this is in most building codes. Things like no smoking in the building, within 25 feet of doors, air intakes, windows, and have signage to say that's not allowed. You don't want smoke coming into our fresh air intakes, obviously. In residential buildings, though, if you allow smoking in these apartments, that's fine. You just got to weather strip the door and put the hallway at positive pressure so nothing leaks out into the common areas. Okay? That's our last prerequisite. Okay? That is the last mandatory P we're going to take a look at. Everything for the rest of the class are all credits, starting off with enhanced indoor air quality strategies. So we see here entryway systems. They're grates here, but you can also use mats with the idea of scraping your feet off. Exhaust contaminated spaces. If you've ever been in a plotter or photocopier room, you know how stuffy it gets in there. So have a dedicated exhaust to get that out instead of going to common areas. And MERV is our filter rating system. That's all. The higher the MERV rated filter, the fresher the air is coming into our intake. And you have to do all three for 1 point and an extra point for doing one of these for like modeling the air quality. So what I mean by that is, don't just tell me the whole building gets enough fresh air. I want you to show me that each space gets enough fresh air, and our energy models can help that. Increase ventilation. Bring in 30% more fresh air than ASHRAE's 62.1. Wait a second. You're asking me to bring in 30% more fresh air. Well, what about, that means I'm going to have to exhaust 30% more treated air that's already been heated or cooled. This is a trade-off. Remember we talked about synergies. A green roof has 5 potential credits it can contribute to. But this, bringing in 30% more fresh air, that's a lot more air to heat or cool. This could hurt the energy credits. This is a trade-off. So you really got to work with the design and find an HVAC system potentially with a high heat recovery rate. The simplest ones, just take the hot air exhaust duct, cross the fresh air duct, and you're done. You can recover a little bit of heat that way, but there are so many different heat recovery systems that are really interesting. Carbon dioxide monitors or alarms in case there's too much fresh air or too little fresh air. Tell them that something is misbehaving and we should improve it. So that's our first credit, enhanced indoor air quality strategies for 1 or 2 points. Rachel asked, are there standards for marijuana smoke or even vaping? So good question. It's pretty much treated as cigarette smoke. So in LEED for now, but we'll see maybe in the next one. But yeah, it's true. We're changing. Low emitting materials is our next one, everybody. This is a long list of every supply that's exposed to the people inside of the building and having maximum chemical thresholds by a certain standard. So there's so many standards here. I've highlighted the ones I would like you to know. VOC content limits for paints and adhesives are guided by Green Seal, Green Label, and the South Coast Air Quality Management District. Those are the 3 biggies, and they are all for VOC content limits, which, remember, you don't have to memorize them. It's not a short answer exam, right? It's always going to be in front of you, so you just need to recognize them. And usually they give both the acronym and the full length. Okay? I also want you to know the word formaldehyde. If you hadn't heard that word, it sounds gross. It is. We don't like formaldehyde in our products. Bad stuff. No, thank you. And here's just a sample chart of showing if my products complied or not with what standard and what threshold limit that I'm allowed grams per liter. Look, last year, I think 20 to 25% of new buildings in American and Canadian cities were asking to go for LEED. Even if you are the tiniest supplier of whatever material, paint, and you are not complying with these standards, you are potentially losing out on a quarter of the building market. And that's how you got to think about it. And that's really what I meant when I said that LEED was a market driver. It's up to LEED to demand from builders to demand these sustainably created products. And as long as we demand them, well, somebody's going to make them, or else they're not going to be in business or growing that business as much. That's the way to think about it. Okay. Construction indoor air quality management plan. I see we were talking about some construction air quality. in the chat. Awesome. And this is how LEED deals with it. Follow the Sheet Metal Air Conditioning National Contractor Association. Say that 10 times fast. I can. SMACNA is the guidelines for air quality during construction. So we already had the prerequisite, right? That dealt with the mess around the construction site. Now we're looking at the bigger mess inside the building during construction. And I think this credit is very logical. Our HVAC ducts we see here, these are not the last things installed in the building. They're done somewhere in the middle of it. But you don't want contaminants polluting and flying up in there. So in this case, we just wrapped it. Nothing's coming out. Don't let anything fly in. Done. Scheduling. Know when our contaminating activities are happening and plan around it. Source control. Raise our materials. Protect their absorptive surfaces. And just general good pathway interruption and housekeeping. Which once again, any half-season construction manager, general contractor would be doing these things. But now you get a point for doing it. And everybody, these are my beautiful pictures. Part of my job as the unbiased lead consultant is hopping around and taking pictures to make sure this was actually done. And for example, if I saw a rip in the filter and you say, hey, general contractor, fix it, go back and show that they did. So for the most part, pictures are how we document our actual, our construction-based credits. For construction-based credits, you have the plan, here's what we're planning to do, and you have the pictures to prove that it was actually done as discussed. Okay, so that's how construction-based credits work. After you built the building, all done, but before people move in, is probably the time the air is going to be the freshest it will ever be again. And how you ensure that is the case is by flushing it out. A full building flush out essentially pumps a lot of fresh air through the whole building and gets lingering contaminants from construction out of there. But on a big building, a flush out can take weeks. No owner is waiting weeks for a point before occupancy. So the other option here is to test each space with an air quality monitor in your breathing zone 3 to 6 feet off the ground. And then only the spaces above a certain contamination threshold, flush them out. Okay. Here's a sample question. What's not a priority in a building flush out? And the answer, oh, I put the answer there. Carbon dioxide. Well, that's lame. CO2 is the answer. The others are bad. We don't want carbon monoxide, VOCs, or ozone, all bad stuff. So that first half of the credit category really just dealt with like the breathability, the air quality. Now we're going to go into the environmental quality, our comfort. Firstly, thermal. Your hot might be different than my hot. So I want to be able to control how hot or cool I am in the space. And that's half of the credit. And how you do that is by having a thermostat or an operable window which covers a certain amount of square feet in the space. So that's simple. Give me some form of thermal control and meet ASHRAE 55. So ASHRAE 55, everyone, is for thermal comfort. And what it says is your HVAC efficiency has to be this good and your walls insulation has to be this good. And if you have both levels met or a balance of the two, your people inside will have a good chance at being comfortable. ASHRAE 55 and 62.1, I believe, but I know 55 is being mandatory under California's Title 24 for years. And so, you know, one good thing about these green building standards is as LEED introduces these new credits and society and the industry starts to see how feasible they are, codes start to pick and choose from some of the LEED credits and put them in their own code, which is really, in my opinion, the most valuable part of LEED is having codes, law, catch up with LEED and then LEED pushing the envelope. And then like, that's really how we're going to improve. And that's where a lot of people don't see that value side of LEED. So everybody, we had 3 big ASHRAE standards so far. We had ASHRAE 90.1. Anyone remember what that was used for? Starts with an E, ends with NERGY. Yes, our energy baseline. Very good, everybody. Our ASHRAE 62.1 was our ventilation rate, and our 55 is for thermal comfort. And I also mentioned that they have their own rating system called 189.1, which focuses a little more on energy. So that's it for the ASHRAE stuff. And don't worry, I'll go over them again and you will see them many times again. Here's our thermostat and operable window. And same with lighting. I want to control how much light I have on my desk. Look at how easy this point is, everybody. In an office, you can just have task lighting at each cubicle. That's one way to control how much light I have at my desk. So that is very easy. Here in a residential building, I'm tallying up my light switches on these electrical drawings and making sure there's enough in each space. Okay, so that's how that one works. So that's one very easy point for lighting control. Now there's a new point for the actual quality of light in version 4, which is much harder. But essentially what we're trying to combat is I don't want too much direct overhead lighting glaring off these reflective surfaces, annoying me all day. I don't want too much light there, too little here, this light out today, that one out next week. Essentially, I want to use long-lasting bulbs, usually having to be LEDs, that provide a consistent amount of long-lasting light throughout the space that mimics soft, natural daylighting with our artificial illumination. For this credit, you need a pretty good lighting designer for that second point, in my experience. And I mentioned the word daylight, and that is our next credit. I told you I promised I'd get to daylight and glass and windows. I love daylight. If I don't have to turn a light bulb on during the daytime, I am literally a happy person. If there is a lot of daylight illuminating the space, I'm sure it happens to you too. I'm sure there's a scientific reason for that. I don't know. But vitamin D, there you go, science. So daylight, a funny statistic is if you have PV panels on your roof, generating electricity from the sun, and you take that electricity to light up this light bulb, you are taking light to light energy at about a 5% efficiency. Whereas that window I'm looking at, that light's coming in from the sun at 100% efficient. It's coming right in. But glass, oh, wonderful glass. Feel the window and feel the wall beside it on a cold night. Tell me what's colder. I'll bet you the window is every single time. Glass is the absolute worst insulating building material we could ever choose to build our buildings with. I know someone mentioned about these glass boxes. Unfortunately, Toronto's been through a huge building boom in the last 20 years, and it's during this glass obsessed society fad that we're going through, and it's terrible. Floor to ceiling windows, corner to corner glass connection. What are we doing? Why are we building like this? All this glass everywhere. Simple. Architects love it. It gives us these big, wide, pretty panoramic views, which even our feet need to see all day, every day for some reason. I don't know. That's one reason. But the real reason is it's the cheapest facade. Throwing up a curtain wall of straight glass. Glass is cheap, glass is light, and glass is easy to support and easy. You don't need a lot of skilled labor to throw up that glass facade. But as an insulator, even the triple glazed, whatever filled stuff can't come close to a basic insulated wall. It just can't. And this is why the design and the model is so important. Figuring out what size of your window and what type of window and what facade to locate it on, such that you are bringing in enough daylight, but you're also maintaining the integrity of the building envelope's insulation properties. And that balance between daylight and insulation is the basis of building science, is what I studied. And in this glass-obsessed society, we've totally thrown that out the window. But on a lighter note, that's funny, thank you. Our energy models have gotten excellent at simulating daylight, and they're really accurate. And so we can simulate daylight very well without having to build the building. Or you can also physically measure it after substantial construction with one of these devices. And exactly, and John, I just said, how do you balance lighting needs with the energy needs? That is the biggest challenge. And it's a challenge that we can meet. You just really got to think about that entire design. And that energy model really helps determine how to balance those two things. So this is daylight. Joseph, great question. There is a pilot credit for bird safe windows. It's not currently in the rating system, but you can earn a point in the innovation and design credit category, which we'll talk about in a few minutes. So good call, Joseph. So with daylight comes our next credit, views. If we're stuck inside 90% of our life, even more now, at least give me a connection to the outdoors where I at least want to be on a nice day. And I only care about regularly occupied spaces. I do not care if it's a view in the mechanical room or the bathroom. I am not spending my days there. I want my views to be here in the classroom that we're all virtually in. And I actually care in version 4 what I view. So no longer does a brick wall in New York City 3 feet away count as a view. That's not what I want to look at. I want to see people, activity, nature, the sky, not a brick wall. And the way to document it is pretty much imagine yourself standing in the entire plan of the building, floor plan, and if you have a direct line of sight to the outdoors or not. Okay. And here's an example of this ugly glass box I worked at in Toronto, where everywhere has a view except for this interior boardroom because there's no exterior walls there. And lastly, as I said, usually I'm in a classroom when I talk about this. And so when I talk about acoustical performance, it's super relevant because I'm like, we're in a classroom. This is a learning environment. If you want to learn from me, you better be able to hear me. So very relevant to us here. And essentially, I don't want to hear you guys whispering. I don't want to hear my voice bouncing and reverberating off these walls, the HVAC humming and buzzing in the background. I want to minimize HVAC sound. I want to coat surfaces with a high noise reduction coefficient material, which means it absorbs sound instead of reverberating it back. Your lecture halls, you can see the most extreme case of those large noise reducing panels that are great at absorbing sound. Would a glazed greenhouse have a high percentage of quality views? For sure. Yeah, you can even often you can, so like a lot of buildings are nowadays, they have that big 4-story atrium in the middle of it, and so if there's like nature and stuff there, you can even count 25% of the 75% of these views can actually be a view to still inside the building, but to one of these elements, if you followed that. That's a good question. Believe it or not, everybody, we just went through 100 points. You got them? You got them all? Great. All right, bye. We got 10 more bonus points to go into, but those are the 100 main points. Again, nobody calls these bonus points except for us. It's just an easier way to remember them because they're really different than what we've done so far. But before we go into this, something that people, maybe haven't even been exposed to are passive design techniques, especially in the Northeast. I know growing up, I never even knew these were different ways to heat and cool, keep our buildings cool. So I'll just share a couple with you. If you're going, so right now it's spring, it's like the 2 weeks of actual moderate climate in the Northeast. And if we were to naturally cool off our building, where does the cold air come from? Always the north facade. The north side of the building is the cold side, and we're going to duct it out through our building and out the hot south side. The sun, look up in the sky. It shines on a high-angled southern tilt and a low-angled winter southern tilt. Summer, it's a high angle. Winter, it's a low angle. So why don't we just logically stick some overhangs here? Overhangs such that I do not want the summer sun's heat and that will block it out, but I do want free solar heating. That's free heating directly from the sun. Thank you very much. Don't put too much western facing windows, which is like a brutal problem in Toronto. The sun usually rises in the east, from what I can tell, heats up our building, heats up our building, heats up our building. And in the west, where it sets, buildings in Toronto that have too much western facing glazing windows, they get too hot in the dead of winter when it's minus God knows what outside, and you turn on air conditioners because of it. Like brutal. From my detailed research, just waking up every day, I can tell you the sun shines in a similar place. Why don't we design for it? We should do a way, way better job of it. All right, another good talk. We're going on to our next. These are the 10 bonus points. Bonus points. Okay. These are the first 6, and they're in innovation and design, and there are 4 ways to get 6 points total. And the first one we're going to talk about is innovative performance. This is an option when you're doing something on your building. You're like, this is a good strategy for helping meet the planet, people, or profit, economy, society, environment. One of the triple bottom lines or multiple triple bottom line. And I'm saying, this is good. This is good. Why aren't I getting points for it? I should get points for this stuff. And so you can actually make up your own credit. So you can make up your own credit. And this is an example of I'll give you a couple examples. This is a real life example. It's kind of lame because we just took a credit from the operations and maintenance rating system and applied it to our new building that was under BD&C. And because that's out of the scope from BD&C, it counts as innovative performance, and it's green cleaning. So we're saying minimize the harmful chemicals used throughout the life of the building. 50% of our cleaning agents have to meet green seal, eco logo, clean product with the chemical content below X. So just like a real credit, we made up an intent, we made up a requirement that has to be quantifiable. You have to be able to measure its merit in some capacity. Comprehensive like a real credit, and transferable and repeatable, meaning just because it worked on my building, what's stopping you from having it work on yours? So green cleaning is a lame example, but using the building as a teaching tool, this is the coolest way to get this innovative performance credit. So University of Toronto, where I went, there was like one LEED building on campus, and it was the exam center, which is like not a very positive correlation for me. But the building was super interesting because they had a few huge dashboards in the lobby that looked just like this. And it gave you real-time statistics on the building's energy and water consumption. And it explained how all the different systems work and how they're supposed to work. Because it's proven that the more educated the tenant is, the more aware they're going to be of waste, and the better the building's going to perform. So I love when they use that as an option. It's called using the building. Okay. Oh, awesome, Shan. I love it when they do that. I wish they did it more, because they should have a building automation system already. It's just a matter of giving a public user interface. So that was our first one. Make up your credit that's good but not currently addressed in the LEED rating system. Our next one are pilot credits. So we talked about this so long ago. These are the new credits for the next version of LEED. Who's going to test them out, though? We need somebody to try them out, right? So here, I will award a point if somebody goes into the pilot credit library, takes one out, and tries it on their building. Even if it doesn't work, that's fine. Honestly, that's better, because whether it works or not, the feedback of the building that it was tested on will help us determine if we should use it in the next version. So for this one, test the pilot credit out and tell me if it worked, so we can iteratively improve it. Exemplary performance, we actually talked about exemplary performance. So if you remember my naming convention, the little boxes, some of them had a little Y in the bottom right corner. That is if there is a bonus point available for that credit, meaning, and only some of them have it. Meaning if you do even more than the highest threshold, like 55% or more water efficient, 54% or more energy efficient, then we'll give you a bonus point for going above and beyond. But not every credit has it, as I mentioned. Like sensitive land protection, think about that credit. That credit is you're either on a prime farmland or you're not. There's no incremental gain that you can get that exemplary performance point for. And that's indicated by a little Y in my bottom right corner of the naming convention. And lastly is me, a LEED AP. So if there's 5 of me on the project, how many points do you think you get? Just 1, but it'd be a great team, right? Thank you. However, on LEED version 4, they changed it such that your AP type has to align with the building type, which makes sense. I'm an AP BD and C and an AP O&M. So I'm worth a point on a new construction and a point on an existing building retrofit. I am not worth a point on an interior design tenant fit out because I haven't taken the ID and C exam yet. Okay? And those are 4 ways to get up to 6 points total. We got a question. Art project in the main atrium that moved and changed color based on the energy use in the building. That is awesome. You can try to get a point for that, but I think that's just super cool. What building is that, Hadrian? That's awesome. I've never seen something like that. I would love to check it out. Oh, I forgot to mention here. That building is probably in. So if you are looking for LEED examples, the USGBC has plenty of LEED examples. And if you've never heard of this website, you should check it out. The greenbuildinginformationgateway.org. Almost every green building on the planet is like described and analyzed and shown. I get lost on that website all the time. You should too. It's an awesome resource. Oh, the Mona Campbell one in Dell. Awesome. That's cool. I'll have to check it out next time I'm there. I guess I'm always at the Sexton campus on the engineering side of things when I teach at Dell. Okay, these are the final 4 points in LEED called regional priority, and I like that this is recently introduced. A building in Toronto simply doesn't have the same priorities as a building in LA. So each local USGBC chapter, the local chapter votes and they say, these are the 6 most important credits for buildings located in our region. So we'll use LA for example, Southern California. What do you think? Water. So each water credit gets an extra point tacked onto it. Okay? So if we register a project in LA, so with the GIS coordinates in LA, and we look at those credits and we're like, wait, there's an extra point if we get that water credit, which we were probably going to do anyway. Well, now we're even more likely to pursue it because there's an extra point up for grabs. Giving those important credits 1 extra point, bonus point, makes it more attractive. It's as simple as that. And again, each region has 6 regional priority credits. But even if you comply with all 6, it's a maximum of 4 extra bonus points max. And you can look yours or anywhere's up on that little link there if you're curious to see what they are. And so those are the 10 bonus points, everybody. Hooray. There's a few other terms that if they ever come up, don't want you to freak out. Just go through them quickly. If you're working on a project and you're in a unique situation and you're just like, I really don't know if this strategy is going to comply with a credit's requirements, where do you turn for the answer? First up, go to the Bible. 800 pages later, can't find your answer, fine. Call up USGBC's customer service, wait on hold for too long, throw your phone away, fine. And then submit a CIR, a credit interpretation ruling request, a mouthful. This is a fancy term for a formal question. 600 words, $220 each. Simply says, hey, LEED, this is my situation. This is what I'm trying to do. Will I meet this credit if I do it? And they'll come back and say yes or no and why. Look, if they say no, they just saved you a ton of time and money by going through a strategy that doesn't even accomplish the credit, okay? They're not precedent setting, which just means if they said yes to me does not guarantee they'll say yes to you because I might be in a very unique one-off situation. But that's usually not the case because there's a database of every CIR ever asked. And if you have the same question as I asked, you just write a little narrative as per CIR 12, my building should also comply because we're doing the same thing. And they'll say no problem. So that's what a CIR is all about. Alternatively, you can submit a suggested approach. A suggested approach is when you are doing your own strategy that is not explicitly in the reference guide, but amounts to the same good of an existing credit intent. Whoa, what do I mean? An example, I was working on a building downtown Toronto, and it was just outside the half-mile distance, walking distance to a subway stop. We were like, oh, that's like 5 points we're leaving on the table. So we made up our own approach. We put 5 hybrid zip cars, like the auto share vehicle, in our parking lot for our occupants of the building to share. And then we wrote this long narrative and we said, look, Lead, I know we're just outside the half-mile distance to a subway, but I am offering my occupants 5 hybrids to share so that they will be less likely to depend on their own gas guzzler driving around alone. And they said, you know what? That's meaning the same intent. That is discouraging people from buying their own gas-operated cars driving alone. We'll give you 2 of those 5, 6 points. So they can be reasonable. So why is that option different than innovative performance? Because we talked about transportation 4 times. There were 4 credits. This is a different way to get that existing credit, whereas an innovative performance idea is a whole new idea. It's a non-existing credit outside of the scope of the rating system. This is a different way to get an existing credit. That's how they differ, okay? AIA stands for the American Institute of Architects. LEED, Alternative Compliance Pass. I actually mentioned this already. So I told you we can use ASHRAE in Canada, or we can use our own version, the NECB, and that's the same across the world. LEED interpretations are precedent-setting answers to our tough questions. They are usually added to the LEED addenda. Like any addendum, this is just quarterly corrections and clarifications to the reference guide. And who answers our tough questions? It's the technical advisory groups. So the tags, these are industry leaders, academics. They're answering our tough questions, and they're also determining where the new versions of LEED are going to go by making up the pilot credits. Any questions at all right now? We're going to talk about the exam, so listen closely. You've paid attention for so long. Now let's talk about this actual exam. It's 2 hours of fun. It's 100 multiple choice questions. A perfect score on this exam is 200. If you go into the exam and don't answer a single question, write your name and walk out, you get 125 automatically. The magical number, though, everybody, is 170. Listen, though, if you get 171 or you get 199, there's only one person on the planet who cares. You're looking at him. A pass is a pass, but if you do get 199, please brag to me. I've had a few 199s. I haven't had any 200s yet, so it could be you. A pass is a pass, though. 170 and up, nobody cares what you get except brag to me, please. Okay. So clearly, 170 out of 200 is not equal to 85% of the questions answered correctly if the lowest score you can get is 125, because the scoring system makes no sense. Some questions are worth 1 point, 2 points. Some questions are even worth 3 points. Each exam has 15 unscored questions. There are 15 questions on your exam that are worth nothing. But guess what? We have no idea which question is worth what. So you will mess yourself up if you think about the scoring system ever again after this point of discussion. It is completely out of our control, and it will not affect how we do it. And because we don't know what questions are worth how much, you promise to not think about it again. Now, recently, most questions are going to be choose 1 of 4 or 1 of 5. There are some questions on my exam that are choose 2 or choose 3 of 5. If you only get 1 of the 3 options correct, there's no part points. It has to be fully right. But as I said, on the real exam recently, it's always choose 1. But my practice exams have some that are choose 2 or 3 because I want you to be prepared or over-prepared, which we'll talk about. There are no points off for getting a question wrong, so don't you dare leave anything blank, please. No points off for getting questions wrong, fully right or wrong. And that's all I want to talk about the questions. Now, with that said about the scoring system, There's really only one right way to approach this exam. So listen, you're going to do it one question at a time, and your best plan of attack is to just get each and every question right. That's it. Just get them all right, and you'll be fine. Oh boy, what did you come to this class for? You could have told that. I knew that before you told me. I know it's a really silly sounding strategy, but it's the one that works. It's honestly a simple one. It's not like your regular university or standardized test where you're like, oh no, that's my weak area. I got to spend more time there. Ugh, if I get this question wrong, I'll lose points. Should I leave it blank? I got to spend more time there. Nothing like that. We have no idea what the scoring system is. So this is your approach. You take it one question at a time. You breathe deep and slowly. And the only thing going through your head when you read this question, which one of these is the right answer? Please do not think about anything at all other than getting the answer. Don't think about anything at all. Bad wording. The only thing you should think about is getting the question right. Forget about the scoring system. It's out of our control. The only thing in our control is doing our best to get them right one at a time. And that has to be your approach. That's the approach that works. Okay? Now, one of the bigger issues that my students personally have on this exam is time. So when you go and take this exam, you'll have done, my 4 practice exam questions 2, 3, 4 times even, and you'll be pumping my practice exams out in like 30, 40 minutes tops. You have 2 hours for this thing. Please slow down. My students make the mistakes that are the same ones that I made, honestly, the silly and avoidable ones. Every exam has like 3 random questions that they word in the most construed way that make no sense. And you'll see what I mean, and don't freak out when you do see them. Take a breath, step back, read the question, digest it, read the question, digest it. And once you dissect what it's actually asking, it's pretty clear what the answers are. Now, as I mentioned, it's a multiple choice exam. And so the benefit about that is the answer is always in front of you. You don't have to memorize. You just need to memorize and know stuff well enough to be able to recognize it. Okay? With that said, the challenge in multiple choice is the answer is in front of you, but also another option you can make the argument for. And that's going to happen. That's going to happen a lot. That's what the hard part of multiple choice is, when I can swing A or swing B. But by the time you take the real thing, as I mentioned, you'll have done my 400 practice exam questions multiple times, and you're going to start to notice if it's A or B. Well, A is what the Green Associate really wants my knowledge on. And if you are really in trouble and you just don't know the answer or can't decide between 2 of them, as a rule of thumb, the absolute last resort is pick the quote unquote greenest answer. The answer that does the most for the environment is often the right one. But please do not take the exam based on that. That is the last resort if you just really can't decide between 2. So we talked about time, few of the weird answers being multiple choice. Now let's talk about where to take the exam. So up until less than a year ago, you had to go to a physical testing center. So maybe some of you have done your GMAT or GRE. These exams are taken at what's called a prometric testing center, and they're all over the world. And so, that's when I did my exams, that's where I had to go, and a lot of people do. But now we have the option to do it online from home anytime. So unless you really know that you just can't take exams online at home, that's fine. I know people that just can't focus at home or don't have the right space. That's cool. Just wait for your Prometric Center to open. I think in the US, most of them are. In Canada, I have no idea. We're pretty locked down still. It's mid-May right now, but we'll see. I would honestly encourage people to do it online, okay? I would encourage people to do it online. Why not? You can do it at home. Now, it is strict. You make the exact same testing environment as if you were at a testing center. It is invasive, I'll be honest. Like, you are doing a full 360 check of yourself to make sure you have nothing on you. You have to take out your hair clip, some people ask. It's nuts. You have to have a 360 view or you have to just show a 360 view of your space, and you literally cannot have anything out. Everything needs to be covered, and it needs to be a relatively quiet space. They're really trying to mimic the testing environment of the testing center. So there's no shortcut. What I'm trying to get at is there was a couple students a year ago when it started to be online that for whatever reason in their head, oh, it's online at home, it must be easier, and just took it without studying and obviously didn't do very well. It's the exact same content. It's the same rules, whether you're at a testing center or at home. The exam is the same difficulty level. So please do not make that mistake. You need to follow my steps. So let's talk about the actual exam day. So you show up about a half hour before your exam, you load the program, and then there's like a 10-20 minute tutorial on, or 10-minute tutorial on how the program works and everything. Now, I want to mention, you are allowed to bring in 2 blank pieces of paper. They have to be blank, obviously. This is not a good example. They have to be blank, and you can just use that for scratch paper if you want to write notes down, if you want to, write some difficult questions to ask me about later. By all means, during your exam, please do. I'm happy and here to help after or before the fact. It also helps me to prepare for future courses. So actually, what I did during those first 10 minutes, I thought this was a good idea. It helped me. When I was studying, I just had a mental block on a few concepts. I just couldn't get them in my head. I couldn't remember them. So right before I walked into the room for the exam, I read all those items. And right at the beginning of my exam, when the time started, I quickly scribbled them down on my blank piece of paper and made like a little cheat sheet. It is a closed book exam. But that's what I did. I read it right before I walked in. It was fresh in my mind, and I ended up writing them all down, the things that I couldn't remember. I didn't end up using it because there wasn't a question on those concepts, but it was a nice safety net. It made me a lot more calm and comfortable. You should do the same thing. There's nothing to lose. As I mentioned, you will not run out of time. If you need extra time, you can get an extra hour. They're as long as you have proof that you get it in university or whatever, they're very lenient on that. So that is another option, and you can check that off when you're registering for the exam. Now, this is the interface, more or less, of the exam today. So if the first 2 questions, for example, are just wild and out of the park, weird, please don't just stare them dumbfounded for 10 minutes. Read them a few times. After a couple minutes, just move on. You can mark them to come back to later. Mark them and move on. I usually pick an answer that I think might be right at the time, and then I mark it to come back to later. That way I make sure that I don't have any blank questions. Because as those tough questions marinate somewhere back here in your subconscious, you could be even luckier if a future question could help trigger your memory, or sometimes I even had a future question answer one for me from before. Because at any time you can press review and you can go back and forth between any unmarked or marked questions. As I'm saying this, there's no order you have to do it in. You can hop back and forth and all that jazz. You also have the option now to strike through some options. So that when I took it, I didn't have that. But if you're like really sure that D is not the right answer, just strike through it so you don't waste time reading it when you come back. But as I said, time is a non-factor. You will have more than enough, I promise. When you're done the exam, you press review. They say complete. You say yes. And then they say, are you sure? You say yes. They say, are you really sure? You say yes. And then it spits your score back right then and there. And you go home and you text me right away and say, thanks, Lauren, you're the best. But actually, you need to text me. You need to email me when you pass. It's the only way I know when my course is working, and the only way that I can improve this course is with your feedback. So please, if there's a concept that I didn't explain well enough, if there's a concept that was a surprise on the exam, write it down, send it to me. I would love to improve my course. That's how I've done it for the last 10 years. You do not need your calculator. That is for some basic calculations. Like and subscribe. Like and subscribe. Thanks, Adrian. Yeah. This is going on my TikTok. Should I get into TikTok, guys? I'll be the only lead instructor on TikTok. Thanks for the shout out, Adrian. So calculator you only need for the AP. You can comment on questions. If it's a stupid question, I tell them it is. I'm sure they read it, probably not. And I'll be giving you a tutorial after class, everybody. My last step is step by step exactly how to register for the exam, how to get the student discount. They have a list of all this of a lot of universities, but if yours isn't on there, you can just type in your student number or your email or whatever and it gets it. They're also pretty lenient on recent grads. So like if you've graduated, just I'd show you the way to get the student discount as well. But that's why I do push students to take this, while they're in school, because it's like $150 cheaper for the exam. Might as well take advantage of it since it doesn't expire. And so I'll be sending you that tutorial on how to register. It's $250 for general, then $200 if you are a USGBC member or you work for a company that is a USGBC member company, or $100 for students. And I'll be sending that tutorial on how to register. One past student took my class a few weeks ago and just passed yesterday with like a 190 crazy high score. And she made this awesome kind of study chart. A lot of students study in different ways, and I try to use the one that works for the most people, but like these study charts work for a lot of other people. So I'm going to she did this for future students. She was very kind, and so I'm going to be sending that with the follow-up email to keep an eye out for. So that's all for the exam, everybody. Any questions about the exam itself? Yes, I should have talked about availability. Thank you, John. That's the best part about this exam. It is offered 7 days a week, 24 hours a day often, because people are taking it globally. Usually you only need like a week in advance to schedule the exam. But if you're like a night owl like me and like you're up at 1 a.m., like you want to take the exam at 1 a.m., you can probably schedule it like 2 days before. So it's super, super convenient in terms of scheduling the exam and finding a spot. And you will have access to this recording. You will have access to this recording and all the materials for one entire year from today. The summer, yep, I just answered those two questions. Perfect read, I nailed it. I think that summer is the best time to take this exam. Read outside, study outside. That's what I'd like to do. And Alyssa, with the question of how long to study, I didn't plant that one either, I swear. We got study time coming up next. 40 hours, everybody will pass. That doesn't make much sense. I don't understand people that put out arbitrary numbers like that, because we all have different levels of knowledge, different experience, and most importantly, totally different study habits. And we all take different amounts of times to get ready for different exams. So instead of an arbitrary number, everybody, I give 3 steps to success. Listen up. Number 1, everybody, take the webinar. Good job. Number 2, you gotta read my textbook. I'm gonna show you where to get it in a moment. It's short and sweet. The purpose is reaffirming everything we learned today, and it just explains things in a little bit of a different way to what I did today. And there's gonna be some concepts you might still be on the fence about, because I know how much information I just delivered and I know how fast it came. And there are concepts which you probably think you grasp that you don't fully. And this will really make sure you understand things you're on the fence about. Okay? And after the textbook, after the webinar, my step 3 are my 4 practice exams. You're just going to start off with 1. See how you do. Now, my 4 practice exams are my best tool. From a lot of feedback from my students. Now, depending on the real exam you get, mine might seem a lot harder or just a little bit harder. But look, please do not get frustrated with the level of difficulty of my exam. They are there. The level of difficulty is there for a reason. It is that you are adequately prepared for the real exam. I do not want you to be underprepared. If you're overprepared, I'm okay with that as long as it guarantees your pass. That's the goal of this course and this workshop. And so you can do those 4 practice exams as many times as you want. They rearrange questions and answers each time. And once you get 85% every time you do all 4 practice exams, that's your indicator. You are ready to go. Book it, take it. you'll be fine as everyone has before you who has followed those 3 steps. So again, I am going to email you those instructions one step at a time that lays it out really easy for you to follow and where to get all the materials and all that jazz, um, and how to register for the exam. Any questions about the actual exam that I haven't covered yet? They do not completely rewrite the test every year. Usually in June, they update it a little bit, but they don't change it that much until the new version. So like when version 4.1 comes out, which isn't happening at least until late 2022, so you don't have to worry about it. But that's when the exam changes a lot. Yes, so that is the entire, you got it, Cass. So webinar, slides, textbook, practice tests. You do get the results right away immediately, and then in a few days following, the actual designation goes on your USGBC profile, and you can download it, print it, show it off everywhere. And do show it off everywhere. Put it on your resume, put it after your email, put it on your LinkedIn. It's a very recognized designation, and not that many people still have it. So it is a very good differentiating designation to have. Now, a lot of people asking about the AP, so I'm just going to take a minute to tell you about it. And I think 3 people in this class today are enrolled in my AP BD&C course as well. Now, as I mentioned, the Green Associate is a prerequisite, so you have to pass it first. The way that I did it, I actually did them combined. I knew that I wanted to get the AP BD&C. And by the way, the AP BD&C is the first one you get, no matter what field you're in, even if you're in urban planning or interior design. The BD&C is by far the ones that's most in demand, and it covers a lot of other content of the other rating systems. So that's the one you do first. It goes Green Associate, it goes AP BD&C, and then you can specialize to another AP when you know you're going to be working on that kind of project. So I didn't get my AP O&M until like 2014 when I did my first O&M project. That's the right path, in my opinion. Now, when I did them combined, I did it in one sitting because the Green Associate is based on the BD&C rating system. So there's a lot of overlap between the Green Associate and the AP BD&C. Now, I wouldn't suggest that for most people, especially because currently the combined exam is not offered from home. You still have to go to the testing center, and I can't tell which ones are open and closed these days. So I encourage people to do them separately still. It's just much more manageable. So you study for the Green Associate, take the Green Associate, study for the AP BD&C right after while the Green Associate is fresh in your head and you're halfway there, and then take the AP BD&C. Now, prior to a couple of years ago, you actually needed real life LEED project experience to take the AP exam. You do not need that anymore. And honestly, it never made sense. Like I told you the experience that I had to make me eligible, my RV way stations. It had nothing to do with LEED. I was just on a LEED project, but they got rid of that. So now some of the questions inside the AP exam are these experiential based knowledge questions. But look, I've been teaching the AP class for like 9 years now, and I've always given exposure to one of my sample projects, and it makes those questions the easiest on the exam. The main difference, and it is a big difference, is the level of detail expected for you to understand for the AP. It is a big jump from the Green Associate. You got to know the points for credit, the percentage thresholds, the calculations, and the detail requirements. That's the AP's focus. Look, you got to know the reference guide, and that's a $300, 800-page massive document. However, what I've done is summarize it into these 40 11 by 17 charts that tell you exactly what you need to know on every credit. And that way you're not having to read through the whole 800 pages, just using that reference guide as kind of a supplemental confirmation when you don't understand something, and for practice exams. Honestly, it's a super similar structure to this class. It's just twice as long and detailed. It's me standing here with the slides beside me like this. And most of my students do it on demand. For the AP especially, since there is such a high level of detail, being able to pause and rewind it and rewatch and pace yourself through it has been a huge benefit. It's a little more expensive. It costs $400, but if you took this course, I'll be sending you a $300, a $100 coupon code for the AP. And it is a little more of an expensive exam as well. So again, there's no rush. I just wanted to tell you that this option is here, and there's a few students that have taken advantage of it in this webinar today. Any questions at all right now? Depending on which course you signed up for, these two links get you to the same information. So I'm just going to go to the LEED self-paced paid course. So you're going to log in with whatever login you created. And if you don't have a login, I'm going to be emailing you one. I'm going to email everybody kind of a backup login in case something goes wrong with yours. That is your login. This is literally my life, and you paid for this course. So please keep it to yourself. I will be emailing you the link to the recordings of this class probably late tonight when I get them uploaded. So look out for those. Here is the Green Associate. So I'm going to be emailing you the recording. This is an older one. And once you're at this page, you have everything you need. So here's the study guide, which you need to download. Here are the 4 practice exams. And then here's how to actually, the tutorial on registering for the exam. So I would just bookmark this page. Once you get here, it's everything you need. So you took part of the webinar. Let's go to the study guide. Oh my goodness, 100 pages. It's a picture book. Look at all these pictures. They take up the whole page. Holy smokes. Look, page 80 and you're already done. That was fast. Piece of cake, piece of cake. So there you go. Here, look, you got to read this once. You have to. I've had more and more students recently say this was the best tool compared to before, where everyone was like the practice exams. But please, you need to read it. There's going to be concepts where you think you got grasp and don't fully get. This is how you're going to make sure you get them. Here are the exam tips that we just talked through. Here are all my references and figures. If you care where I got my stuff, go nuts. This is a huge chart. Yes, this is a textbook. This is a textbook study guide. I use those terms interchangeably. This is a chart of every standard that LEED has ever referenced or piggybacked off of. You do not need to know them all. You do need to know the big ones that I dwelled on that you're going to see on the practice exams, the EPA Act, the ASHRAEs, the SMACNAs. Those are the ones that are going to come up. But if you have a personal passion for a certain credit, you can see the basis on this big summary chart. And I told you there's 5 refrigerant questions. Hey, here are the answers. This is a little document that LEED put out that tells you everything you would possibly need to know for the refrigerant parts questions of the exam. What's a CFC? What year was it banned? What protocol? And why does it have the highest ODP? So stuff like that. You'll get a better feeling once you try the practice exams. Alrighty, let's take a look here. That one. Damn it. Come on, give me something right. Oh, that's a broken question. All right, I can't get any questions right. Too bad. So these are the 4 practice exams. This is a very strong tool. Now, I can't repeat this enough. Even if you get a question right, you need to read the explanations, because when I was studying, there was a couple cases where I got a question right and I read the explanation. I was like, oh, that's not what I thought. I was like, I got it right totally out of luck for the total wrong reason in my head. And if the wording is changed just a bit on the real exam, there it goes. You're not going to get it right. So you need, even when you get it right, to read the explanations. Not only that, I tell you why the other options are wrong often and what they're actually right for. So you're like testing and studying at the exact same time, which is a huge benefit to this process. And then when you're ready to take the real thing, you've hit 85% on all 4 exams, you'll hit the register for this, register for the practice exam, for the real exam, and you'll follow this tutorial to do just that. Now, on the practice exam, every practice exam, I include about 5 or 6 questions that you have never seen before and you cannot be prepared for. I do not do this to make you mad or frustrate you. and I can't repeat this enough, I do this to prepare you. If on the real exam, there's a handful of questions that are just out of left field, I don't want you to freak out. I want you to try to logic it out. I want you to try to understand how that idea connects to a certain credit and goal of LEED. I'm not doing it to piss you off, I promise. So please, even if the question is totally out of left field and you can't find the answer in the textbook, that's on purpose. I want you to read the explanation and I want you to make a note of it so you do not get it wrong the next time. And that is my strategy and how to best prepare you to pass this exam on the first go. Okay? A couple of questions. I think it's $85 to renew your AP now. The tutorial does show you how to get the discount. Recent grads, I do mention how to do that in the tutorial as well. Jennifer asked if you have an AP, B&C, and homes to the specialties to maintain that you need to do credit hours for each. So good question. You do not. So for me, I'm an AP, B&C, and O&M. So I have to do 24 general hours about sustainability and then 6 specific hours to new buildings for BD&C and 6 specific hours to O&M, which I often just look at webinars for. So that's a good question, Jennifer. And I'll be sending a link to how to access all of these items in a moment. Now, I know I'm running a little late, but this has been a fun one. Everyone's super engaged, so I'm sorry, not sorry. We're going to do a 25 question practice exam now. Where is that practice exam at, you ask? I'm glad you asked. It is in leadinggreen.com/slides. I'm going to post it in the chat, everybody, but if you scroll down on this page and you'll see the in-class 25 question practice exam here, I'll just post it in the, oh, my website is so fast. There it is. I'll post it in here. So it's on the chat right now. So we're just going to take like 10 minutes. Everybody's going to try to do this on their own. Don't use materials and just try to logic it out yourself in the next 10, 15 minutes. And then once you're done, I'm going to talk you through them one at a time, tell you how to approach them, and explain why you got them wrong. I mean, right. Okay, so just take your time on this. No rush, no pressure. Just try your best to logic it out. I'm not expecting you to remember everything we just talked about. I just want to demonstrate how I want you to approach some of these questions. Okay, and remind me to start recording again, please. So how I'm going to review these is I'm just going to read them like I wanted you to read them and try to focus on the things I wanted you to focus on. If you have any questions at all, just use the chat as we've been doing all afternoon. So the answers are right here, everybody, but please don't go ahead of me. Just stick with me as I go through them one at a time, okay? Please don't go ahead. If you don't hear what I say, then look at the answer key, but just follow me. So first one says, what category assets to develop near sites, on sites with developmental constraints, near diverse uses, and in a dense area? And you got to note that we're asking for the whole category, and the one category that addresses these items is location and transportation, D. What workshop helps us set goals and objectives? The only workshop we talked about here is the charrette. The rest of them are made up, so they're probably wrong. In fact, they are wrong. C is the right answer. 3, what credits would be impacted by having PV panels shading hardscapes and using that electricity for EV charging stations? And we had that example in class. Heat island effect is reduced by the shading, and green vehicles from the EV charging stations. A and B is the answer to number 3. EPA Act 92, that triggers my memory. Water, baseline. We did a baseline calculation together. I showed you on a little blue Excel chart, and that is what the EPA Act is used for, to set our baseline water flow requirements. C for number 4. 5, a site assessment's got to include a couple items here, and there's only 3 items that are describable on the actual site itself. The geology, if there's an existing physical structure, and the hydrology and vegetation of the site assessment that has to be on the site to be considered for that credit. What's the difference between RECs and carbon offsets? If you didn't hear me mention in class, RECs are tradable commodities. Now you did, and you won't forget. And we drew a little picture of how you're kind of paying for someone else to use renewables when you're not close enough. Okie dokie. Next one. 7. We got a 9-story project trying to compare to a baseline. I only recognize one baseline we spoke about here today, and it's the energy baseline known as ASHRAE 90.1. D. 8. In a lead charrette, how are we selecting our materials? So this question is super general for a reason, because excuse me, when it's a general question like this, I want us to think back to the most general idea of sustainability we talked about today, which is the triple bottom line, the people, planet, profit, or in this case, the cost of material, social impact of material, and environmental impact of material, DEF. And on that, taking that thought a little further, how do we best compare the environmental attributes of products? We got to use life cycle assessment, D, as the most accurate way to do so. How long do we spend indoors on average? 90% is what we talked about today. 90%. Get outside if you can do so safely right now. 11, the existing TD office towers is a true story. They went under $110 million retrofit a few years ago, and they got LEED Platinum O&M. They're pretty famous Mies van der Rohe buildings from the 50s in downtown Toronto. And one of the parts of that huge retrofit was replacing their single pane windows from the 50s with dual glazed argon-filled glass. And that leads to E, a decrease in energy demand. Okay, so let's go through the options here because this is a little tricky. Increased energy efficiency. The only reason that is not the right answer is because the term efficiency we use for active systems in LEED. Active meaning lighting and HVAC go up or down in efficiency. A passive improvement like a better insulating window or wall leaks less energy out throughout the year, so you can decrease the overall energy demand. So again, a passive improvement like better insulation decreases demand. An active improvement like a more efficient HVAC system increases energy efficiency. Now you know, but that's a tough one. C, thermal control is not right. Thermal control is achieved with an operable window or a thermostat. If it said thermal comfort, that would have been a good answer, but it doesn't. So that's a tough one. 12, name a distinction between green and conventional designed buildings. We know that green buildings have got to use the integrated design process. It's a big pillar. B, green buildings cost more is not correct because whilst they often cost more initially, they actually cost less ongoing for their operating costs. And B doesn't refer to which part of the project, so it can't be right. Generally speaking, if the option ever says just green buildings cost more, that's not what LEED's trying to promote, and that's usually the wrong answer, okay? 13, Donald Sterling, worst guy, only cares about the economic return of his building, so why would even he go for LEED? To get the LA Clippers back? Maybe, but probably not. Because we talked about certified LEED buildings, certified green buildings often have 2 up to 20% premium sales and rent prices compared to conventional buildings, similar. D is not right. It says guaranteed incentives in all jurisdictions. Oh, I wish all jurisdictions had incentives. Not today. Maybe next year, I hope. That would be nice. 14. What does a project submit via LEED Online to verify prereqs and credits? Oh, we talked about this so long ago. We talked about this in our LEED Online slide when I said the credit form was that checklist to make sure you have X, Y, Z, that you have all the right documentation to submit. The CIR was a tough question, or the CIR was a question, a formal question, the credit interpretation ruling request. D is the correct answer for 14. 15, what's true and innovative in performance credit? It has to include a quantifiable benefit out of the scope of LEED. Our example today was using the building as a teaching tool and having that big dashboard that a lot of you have seen in real life. 16, natural ventilation is going to affect a couple categories for sure. One of them is indoor environmental quality, because we talked about ASHRAE 62.1 and bringing in enough fresh air, and C, energy and atmosphere, hopefully saving some energy. So that's A and C are definitely impacted by natural ventilation for sure. You know, I always encourage everybody to make sure you read all the options, because if you just like put the word not in the question and then look for the wrong answers, that can even give you a shining light or a confirmation that you definitely got it right by picking the wrong answers. You should always do that on any multiple choice exam, in my opinion. Also, don't overthink this. A lot of us are used to university college exams that are really trying to trick us. Most questions on the real exam are asking for direct information. Only some of them are trying to trick you. So don't overthink everything, which is easier said than done. Where are we? 17. How can a project reduce energy and waste associated with demolition? Oh, that triggers my memory a bit. That is very similar to the intent of MRC1, Building Life Cycle Impact Reduction, that difficult credit to achieve. And the answer to this question of that intent are the first three options of that exact credit, which was to reuse a historic building, select an abandoned or blighted building. Think of them in the same light, like New Orleans has like 40,000 blighted buildings that need to be reused more efficiently, or restore an existing building. D, E, F were options 1, 2, and 3 in MRC1, Building Life Cycle Impact Reduction. 18, how much carbon dioxide from buildings? That was super early on. It was 38%. Around 33% was the transportation emissions, 72% was the electrical consumption of buildings, and 50% was the overall energy, which includes natural gas of those buildings. I would know those numbers if on the exam, I would know those numbers, but if the exam has them within like plus or minus 5%, that you can expect that too. They change the percentages a little bit every year. So around these numbers is the one you're going to select. Lots of ways to fight damages caused by refrigerants, but this is not one of them. If you miss the word not, you get it wrong. Please don't do that. That's painful. Long atmospheric lives means high ODPs like Freon and CFCs, and we do not like that. 19 is D. FTEs, what do we use those for? FTEs are how many people are in the building, and we use those for determining the indoor water use reduction when we calculate it with 200 FTEs, if you remember. And the bike parking and showers amount is simply a function of how many FTEs. E, toilets required is not the right answer. Think about it. If you give one whole floor one toilet or 100 toilets, it's not going to change the amount of times people use the toilet. We care about what the flush rate of the toilets are, not the physical amount of toilets. That ratio of toilet needed is in code, not in LEED. We care about the flush rates of toilets and LEED. So that's C and D. 21, let's see this one. We're trying to use less potable water. So this is one that's like weirdly worded. Like, is there even a question here? The way that I read this, less potable water, that's the intent of water efficiency category. So I read this as, which of these options will get me points in water efficiency by most actively using less potable water? That's how I read this. And I know that gray water for non-potable needs, like in your toilet, that's good. I know that water efficient fixtures are for sure good. And I know that only using native plants hardly, if at all, need irrigation to survive. So A, B, and C are my top three answers. If it asks for a fourth answer, I would say submeter all systems. But just by submetering doesn't mean you're going to analyze and actually act on the parts that are inefficiently using water. So that's why D is not correct. And anyone put F for this one? Couple of us. So F, capturing and treating stormwater runoff. So people often get confused with F. Why does this not the answer? This does not get you points in water efficiency. Stormwater management is addressed in sustainable sites under rainwater management credit. So this is just capturing it. There's no mention of reusing it to offset potable water use. If it said capture and reuse, then it would have been right. But it just says capture, so we can't assume we're reusing it. And that treat word was just in there to trip you up a bit, because you can treat it by naturally running it through the ground and naturally treating it to replenish the aquifer as well. So that's a tough one, but we got there. 22, quality open space is not the result of open grid pavement. We may remember open grid pavement as being good for rainwater management and the heat island effect, but it's not encouraging you to use that outdoor space like a community garden is, a walking path to a courtyard is. Those were examples we had in class for open space. 23, what's optimal for a LEED project in terms of the area it's located? High development density, build where there are buildings, decrease sprawl, increase density theme in LEED. 24, listen to this one. A project's maximizing its floor to air ratio, one good thing, and minimizing rainwater runoff, two good things, period. Which of the following demonstrates systems thinking? So this is a horrible question. The first sentence was just there to throw you off, and you should have just read which of the following demonstrates systems thinking, which we talked about in like the first 30 minutes of class. And that was like how the building fits into the system around you. And my example was like, are you in a downtown core, in a rural area where you will need to build roads and water systems and electrical systems? And so researching how occupants will travel to the actual project was my example of the systems thinking approach. Anyone get that right? One person? No. You will never ever get a question like that on the real exam. But now that I put it in there, you'll read all the questions for the rest of your life so much more carefully. You're welcome. Sorry, I'm mean. But don't worry too much about 24. It'll never be like that. 25, LEED is a nonprofit organization ensuring fairness and credibility by being a C, consensus-based process. So everybody, these questions are more or less out of the 400 online. You're going to see them again. And so a lot of these are some of the trickier ones, which is just why I wanted to run you through them. Do not worry about how you did. If you did badly, I want that to be the case, to be honest, so you can buckle down and prepare. Generally a rule of thumb, I say a week or two of studying a few hours a day, and then the few days leading up to the actual exam, I would really dedicate your time. Cramming is never a great idea, but for this LEED exam, I think it's very beneficial for those couple days leading up to really, really focus on it, because it does help. Don't just keep on doing all 4 practice exams continuously until you memorize them. If you see you're weak in a certain area, read up on that area, rewatch that section, call me, email me. I live to help. This is all I do now. So please, if you have questions about the AP, about the Green Associate, about this industry in general, I am so happy to help. If you want to know how to break into the industry, it's very unique for everybody. How I did it and what I suggest is, if you really don't know about this industry at all, I looked up some cool companies. I thought they were really interesting. And then I used LinkedIn. And instead of going for like the hiring manager, I went for people at entry level jobs who are only there for a year or two. And it's not like you're asking them for a job, but usually when you ask them for more information about the actual job they're doing, they're open. They're happy to chat with you. People are really, really nice in my experience. If you just reach out and say, look, I'm working on my Leadinggreen Associate. I want to know a little bit more about the actual practical applications and how this industry works. And that is a wonderful way to gain information and learn more and maybe understand if something is right or something is wrong for you, if something sounds exciting or not, rather than applying for all these jobs and getting something that you might not like. That's how I did it. That's how I encourage people to research. I've found cool companies that were interesting in my area, and I ask people just for it. There's nothing to lose. And again, I'm here to help too. You will be getting an email from me, or some of you probably have maybe already, with the instructions on how to access the materials, how to register for the exam. You'll get a little certificate of participation. Some people use this for other credential maintenance. If you're like a professional engineer or architect, that it shows you that you participated in this for 5 hours. So that 100-page study guide that I mentioned is on the paid page over here. So on my website, it's going to be under uh, it's under online materials under LEED GA live webinar or LEED GA self-paced page, and you can just scroll down and download the study guide right there for Kate. That was Caitlin's question, so that's where you're going to find it. And if you don't have a login already, I'm going to be emailing you one. It is a long email, no problem. It is a long email, so if you don't see it tomorrow morning, I'm probably still uploading you onto YouTube, the video. But if you don't see it, please look in your spam folder because it sometimes gets lost in there, or just email me or text me and I'll just resend it. Otherwise, I really hope this was a refreshing way on online learning. I know how painful it has been this past year, and I'm hoping and I'm really glad how engaged everybody was. If any questions come up, give me a call this week, email me. I'm happy to chat. I'm going to rest my voice a bit because it's going. And thank you so much for coming. And thank you, Sanchi, for helping out. Thank you, everybody, for asking those awesome questions. This was super engaging. It was awesome for me. And thanks again. And stop.